guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Everyone, shh.
Okay, welcome back everyone. I'm Spice back. We have different subjects tonight. Afghanistan, Julian Assange, Commander X, Chile, I just heard, Brazil. There's really a lot to talk about. So, welcome back and thanks for listening. And please help us share this around because most of us are still shadow banned. I think I'm shadow banned on like 5 accounts. So we depend on you guys to do it. And yeah, enjoy. What was that, Dad?
I said, welcome to the club. We are all shadow banned, I think.
I'm not shadow banned on one of my accounts, but on the other.
Yeah, I was gonna say for some reason I'm not, but I always show pictures of cats.
Now you get my strategy.
You have the actual guy, the cat, always shadow banned.
Yeah, well, you know, it makes them look bad because then they're just shadow banning a cat, you know?
I don't know what you guys want to start about, but I guess it's total hell in Afghanistan, but...
Oh, yeah. It's a shit
Yeah,
too.
I was gonna say, well, I kind of already said it before, but I'll say it again because we're live now. But basically, because of the Taliban takeover in Afghanistan, it's now going to be used as a pretext to escalate the quote-unquote war on terror in Africa. Muhammadu Buhari, the president of Nigeria, basically wrote a whole op-ed in a paywalled Financial Times article, because nothing says internationalist like writing for Financial Times. He basically was making a whole appeal for the U.S. and the West at large to like re-enter Africa in force to help fight terrorism. But then also the second part of his op-ed goes into this whole thing about an investment into infrastructure and the need to help, rebuild Africa and focus on like the Niger region, which is the Niger Delta, which has a lot of the oil. So it's like, you're giving all this war on terror bait, and then you're also giving all this fourth industrial revolution bait, which is, conveniently why the CIA and a lot of the operations are still operating in Afghanistan, even though some troops might have been withdrawn. I mean, yeah.
They're probably working on incorporating the states that aren't going with the biosecurity stuff. The African countries that seem to be COVID-free and operating, to old guidelines seem to be doing the best. Maybe that's the focus now. Anywhere where we're not baying the sort of medical mafia cult. Oh.
Oh my God, Ted.
Have you fallen and you can't get up?
I am not that old. I'm old, but not that old.
No, it was a joke, never mind.
Well, I don't think they had the... I think they get the Life Alert commercial in the Netherlands.
The American involvement isn't exactly over. Like the Uzbekistan's president was contacted via Tony Blinken, and so was Putin had contacted Uzbek president too about setting up bases to monitor what the Taliban are doing on the other side. And the Tajiks over the border, they created their own militia and kind of like have jumped hands, said that they would fight if the Panjshir Valley would step up. But I'm not, since most of the reporters have left the area, it's kind of hard for me to get any information now about what's going on, even in the Panjshir Valley,
Pretty much since the joint forces left, whole Afghanistan is one big shit show.
Yeah, it's a civil war waiting to happen. The country was in a civil war about 25 years ago, and it will be very shortly.
And I fear for the women there, because that Sharia laws. Oh damn! I mean.
They actually don't really do Sharia law. They actually kind of are just a brutal dictator more than anything else. Because some of the stuff I've heard that the Taliban have done already, they already like lit a woman on fire because she said that they forced her to cook and they didn't like her cooking. That's not in Sharia law anywhere. So.
You mean it's not written in Sharia law that if you don't like a woman's cooking, you can burn her with the flame of the stove?
Absolutely nowhere.
A little suspicious.
That's not allowed anymore? Damn. Sorry, it was me trying to be sarcastic.
Yeah. My way was better.
Yeah. You were laughing a little too loud at that, on that one.
At your own joke, too.
Hey, okay, people in the chat are asking how is Commander X holding up. Maybe we start with that then.
He's holding up. One thing that we did put out earlier this week was that he needed just some more money in his book because he'll need to do some grocery shopping later this week. So that tweet is out there on at @FreeCommanderX_ with places you can give to for money. In terms, I'm trying to think of updates we haven't given on Anonymous Bites Back yet, but I mean, he is holding up. It's just a matter of getting to that October 12th hearing date. If you're anywhere around San Jose on October 12th, please come through. We'll be there in front of the Robert Peckham Federal Building at 9 a.m. Because that's when the hearing takes place. So come through then.
He's missing his baby boys, right?
Oh my god.
Well,
You know what? I literally caught myself like calling a dog a baby boy the other day because that's how much freaking X is rubbing off. But yes, he does miss his baby boys. If you guys can write to him, make sure you use plain envelopes. That's key. And then if you want to send him books, it has to be soft cover. And if you have a picture of a dog, feel free to send it to him. It just has to be like small enough to fit within a plain envelope and like printed on regular paper. And then his address and stuff is on @FreeCommanderX_ on Twitter. And I'll put it again in the chat once I can do that. But yeah, there was a recent lawsuit against the Santa Rita jail in Alameda County. Basically, it was put against them to give so that they could reform their mental health amenities within the jail. It was just settled. Proposed settlement was put together a couple days ago, and September 22nd, they said, is when that motion is when that settlement is awaiting approval, and some of the measures, like some of the broad measures they agreed on, are maintaining sufficient mental health staff at the jail and ensuring appropriate access to therapy and behavioral health services, providing more opportunities and recreation time for inmates who have serious mental illness, and restructure how these inmates are housed, updating the jail's use of force policy, seeking ways to more efficiently investigate and respond to inmate grievances. That would be a big one. And then it would also put Alameda County facilities under court oversight for the next 6 years. So that's something that's like kind of ending now. And yeah, that's where X is. So, I mean, hopefully he's out by then, but I mean, if he has to, God forbid, he has to be in there that long, then hopefully they'll be implementing these mental health reforms to kind of help him through, because responding to complaints is a big one.
Hey, Mad Mom. Mad Mom joined us.
Yeah, I saw her sneak in. I have really good news.
Bitcoin?
No, it's not. No. You'll never be able to guess this. You'll never be able to guess this.
Cristiano Ronaldo coming back to Man United? Hey!
No, not that either. No, the really good news is that Angela Merkel is stepping down. Woo!
Oh my god! Damn!
As they call it in Germany, Merkel das Ferkel. Merkel the pig. Seriously.
Okay.
I was gonna go with Kissinger died, or you got the lost like crypto wallet back, but that worked too.
If Kissinger died, that you don't understand. I wouldn't be like, "Hey guys, guess what? I got good news." No, I would be like ecstatic, crazier.
Wasn't all of his
I'd
investments
just be
tied up in
screaming.
oil? Wasn't Kissinger's investments all tied up in oil?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, well, Merkel has been in power since 2005, so it's about time, right? 16 years.
But in European politics, she didn't do that bad, you know, because.
No, you shut up. No, you shut up. No, you just said you couldn't do that bad. No.
What?
No, listen. She at least put her foot down, you know. If she says no, it is no, and not like the Dutch politicians, because it is no, and then they make yes from it, you know. No,
I'm sure she sold out the internet acted too.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure that's what she
Yeah,
did.
it was Axel Voss from her party doing that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I rest my case.
Yeah.
But the question is, who will take her place? What idiot will take her place now, right?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually Axel Voss taking her place.
Wait. I got other news here. So, Flossie has said that 3 doses of the VC will be the new norm.
I still have 0. I don't.
Doses?
I have 0 doses. I still am not vaccinated, and I still refuse.
At this point, it's what they're
I'm
doing
in
is
the
criminal.
control group too.
At this point, what they're doing is criminal. This has not gone through any type of vigorous testing, and they're saying that a untested VC has to be injected 3 times with booster shots and stuff. Come on. Like, that's
That point,
criminal.
they're just fucking with you. They're just like, let's see if we can get it to 5 before they start questioning us.
The VC doesn't.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, like they're like censoring the information coming out of that Japan study that's saying like don't donate blood.
The VC isn't curing shit. You know, it's not doing anything. I mean, okay, it brings the symptoms down, but it doesn't make you immune at all. Right?
Probably makes the variants from what some doctors are saying. It is actually causing the variants out there, if they are such a thing.
Yeah, because it's mutating all the time because of the VC, or probably because of the VC. No, I don't know for sure, but
I don't know how they're deciding that it's a delta anyway. It's just ridiculous. I mean, the PCR can't even tell the difference between the common cold and the CV anyway, live or dead. So what's the point?
I don't know if you saw the memes, but I was making some memes. We have a PP variant now and a LOLS variant right now.
Yeah, they'll just keep going. Part of the gaslighting. Stockholm syndrome. Mass delusion. Mass hypnotism, actually. I decided that I'm definitely one of those people that can't be hypnotized, and I do wonder whether the people that have got through this and see what's going on really are the sort of people that don't get hypnotized for some reason. It doesn't sort of strike me as, you know, we all know that the government in UK anyway is on record doing applied behavioural psychology, deploying in the media. It's not just lies anymore, it's actually such manipulation, it's quite frightening. Employing top level psychologists to do it as well. It's all in that SAGE and those government agencies that put out the messaging. Yeah.
I still refuse to get the VC. I didn't get it. You know, I got the letter twice, and I was like, nope, put it in the paper bin. You know, I just threw it in the paper.
Same.
Yeah, but that's the big issue, right? It's not about like if a vaccine is healthy or not. It is partly about that, but it's more like we don't have like this free choice anymore, and we get manipulated into taking a vaccine, or sometimes we get forced into taking it, or we lose our job, or we lose our rights. We can't do certain stuff anymore, and the majority is now also like trying to like psychologically force us to take it because they already took it, and they made.
Like I said, there is a car rental company. There was in the news here in the Netherlands. There was a car rental company who the boss basically said, if you're not vaccinated, you are not going to get into the office. So they basically trying to force the employees to get the VC.
Yeah, okay, so they were stopped from doing that, but they're actually just baiting for a trial about that, because now it is about, okay, so they can't force existing employees because they didn't sign for that, right? But what is going to happen is that when you want to apply for a job, they can actually, demand that, right? For you to like be accepted in a job, they can say like you have to be vaccinated. That's what they're baiting for, to have that confirmed by a judge.
They are kind of forcing us, right?
And to go into restaurants and like, and
But they do the same thing in the medical field.
theaters and arenas.
When you work in the medical field, they do ask you for your
eventually.
they do ask you for your vaccinations, your shots, and stuff. So in the medical field, that's not weird at all. Like you have to be, especially for like TB. There's no vaccine, but you have to be tested every year. So
No, but they give us the illusion that we have a choice, but we don't have a choice.
in the medical field, you don't have a choice. If you want to work, you have to be vaccinated to some extent.
Yeah, so so the whole free choice, if you want to take the VC or not, is an illusion. Because they're basically forcing us.
I agree with what Tyler said to like a certain extent. Like, we have to be vaccinated to a certain extent, but I mean, at the same time, they would like stand up for themselves, and they didn't have any workers. Oh, wait a minute. Workers on for that transhumanism agenda. Never mind.
Well, I mean, it makes sense in the medical field because we're exposed to so much shit. It's at some point, because you're always working with patients who are ill all the time. So I can understand that one, but
I mean, yeah, of course, in the medical field, you have to do just, like lots of things like that. Like tetanus, for example, would be one of those, to an extent, vaccination sort of things.
Oh, I because I'm a gardener, I should get the tetanus injection every, what was it, 5 years?
5 years, 5 or 10, depending on.
But not to mention with traditional medical records that are like things that require like a polio vaccine or something like that. There's a difference between an actual vaccine that's been around for a while.
With the V word.
I'm talking about actual vaccines like polio and meningitis or whatever. Like those.
But the V word.
They are different.
The AI doesn't know the difference.
Actually, when the first polio vaccine came out, we didn't know. It was actually they knew that 1 in 10,000 people, children, would die, but it was a risk. It was a risk the world was ready to take at that time because we were dealing with kids.
It also gave people cancer.
Yes. What I'm saying is that the society at that time was willing to take the risk because they didn't want a generation of dead kids.
Right. Yeah.
And then we are anyway. Right?
Primarily, it was only infecting children.
Yes, it's true. But at the same time, when people ended up getting it, there was bad batches that caused people to have cancer. And it killed them.
The original batches were not safe. No, not by any
It's also
means.
rife around Africa. It's the only polio virus that's around on the planet is one that's been induced by the vaccine. Usual Bill Gates experimenting on African people like he likes to do when he doesn't get FDA approval for human testing.
That's admitted.
Exactly.
That's a crazy thing.
Exactly.
And then who knows? They're entering legislation to exempt medical, professionals and health clinics and anybody who's administering, this thing that after 2 years, you're screwed. Like if in 10 years, if you find out you got cancer or you can't have kids or you have a heart attack because of blood clots or any of that,
you can't. There's federal exemptions during this whole thing. Everybody involved is exempt from any
malpractice,
legal consequences in any way, shape, or form.
But who knows? Who knows what the C19 VC does in 10 years, 20 years?
Well, maybe we'll get zombies.
That'd be cool.
Yearish, almost food, we'll start getting a good base of all the side effects that it's had. Hopefully, and there's already a lot.
Yeah,
have you guys seen Brett Weinstein's Dark Horse podcast where he has Robert Malone on it? It's one of the best. It's so well done, and really they go through all this stuff. Really, really compelling. if you ever have any blue pill people, you need to turn. I think that is one way to do it. You know, there's a few people that might be convinced. Actually, I think you're an evolutionary biologist talking about it.
The short-term side effects are barely showing up, and they are pretty bad. So who knows what the long-term side effects are and how bad they will be, right? So that's why
it's supposed to go straight to the ovaries.
Well, I do
Straight to
have some personal details. You know, like my dad still has, you know, permanent fibrosis from COVID, and he can only maintain an O2 sat level of like 85. He's pretty much bedbound. These are the long-term effects of COVID, you know, like.
Hey, he's been sick since like pretty much it started, right?
I told him literally, your running days are over. You know, you're gonna have to quit your job, which you already fucked up anyway. And you know, basically now he has to be taken care of. You know, this is.
Did he end up in hospital?
Yes, he was an ER doctor.
Oh wow. But he ended up in hospital on a ventilator and all that shit.
Yes, he was working on a COVID unit and got sick. Yeah.
Oh,
we had to pump him full of mononuclear antibodies.
Most people don't make it through the ventilator.
No, because we had to sign a waiver for experimental medicine.
Yeah, see,
that's the thing. But the medicine, we had to pump him full of 10 times the normal dose of dexamethasone to keep the cytokine storm going down and the inflammation, and that gave him diabetes. Oh God! Like it's a miracle he even lived. That's all I can say. But he has long-term side effects, and he's not the only. This is something that they don't talk about. Like COVID's not just like the flu and you go away. No. This thing. If you get a bad case of it will cut up your fucking lungs, and you will not be able to breathe normal ever again.
Yeah. Look, listen. They said early on that it caused lung problems, but
permanent.
There's lung problems. Yeah, they said that earlier. They said that very early on that it caused permanent lung problems. But it's not only causing permanent lung problems; it's also causing various different neurological disorders.
Anger, rage, poor higher logic thinking. Yeah, erectile dysfunction is a new one. We also are finding long COVID, where we're finding still live virus in people, 6-7 months afterwards. The
C19 is not just a flu. It's related to the SARS virus, right? So it's related to SARS.
Which SARS does what? SARS rips apart your neurology, your neurological system. It destroys your body.
Yeah, that one was SARS was respiratory though, the avian flu, right?
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with avian flu.
No.
It's respiratory, but it's not only respiratory. It can also enter through your eyes as well, I believe.
But like I said, a reminder: they created it, C19. They created it.
Jeez.
In the fucking lab.
Yes, but the more we get banned for it.
Yeah.
That's why.
And already we lost the other channel over that, claiming that. Just saying.
Yeah, you honestly, you won't be able to talk about this at all online. Even right now, you can't really talk about it.
Let me give a disclaimer real fast before you guys continue, and that's just saying that these are all opinions, and we are not spreading medical disinformation at all, ever. We are just giving
just having a disclaimer.
This show doesn't support any of the opinions given.
I believe in nothing, and absolutely nothing.
The show is satire.
Yeah.
That's
it's ironic that we're talking about other V's, not even the V. But anyway, it's crazy, isn't it? The self-censorship you have to do. It's obvious that there's obviously something wrong. They can't use it evidence to debunk, they have to censor.
Let me just give my own personal opinion real fast. I hope people start burning these PCR test streets real fast.
Well, they turn people
disclaimer.
What? Wait, what did you just say? Something about burning down streets? That's your
PCR test.
PCR test.
Street.
Such a nice guy.
They got the people turned against each other now. The VC people against the anti-VC people. You know, they got all turned against each other now.
The funny thing
They're
is,
making it a right-left thing. Where they're like, oh, it's the neo-Nazis that are conflating medical freedom with white supremacy against the leftists and Antifa and those that are trying to impose fascism on everybody. Like, no. You're doing narrative management for everyone. It's not a fucking left-right thing.
well, again, I just wanted to say, like, it's pretty funny when you say VC and anti-VC, because I think of venture capitalist. So,
I'd say we call it experimental jab, because that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm really just giving these disclaimers because I'm like sharing this channel with Rico, and he's doing some great work with it, like in our country, that covering all these lawsuits we have against our state and all these protests, and we really can't lose this channel. Well, we're allowed to have one strike, though. We can have one strike, but
Speaking of Rico's channel and that stuff, Mark, like, I know that he's kind of busy, but I would really appreciate it if you guys would, like, do a translation on those last two that I commented on over there.
yeah, I've been suggesting it with him. Like,
I know it's a lot to do, but
yeah, we will try to do some translations, but we do need. He's way too occupied with that. He's actually working on on a music video now for.
really sweet.
Oh, damn, okay.
Let's bring him on panel like we did like election night or whatever again.
I
Just
invited
get
him
caught
for
up as
tonight. I invited him for tonight. If he wakes up in like an hour or so, if he wakes up in like an hour or so, he will join. So.
Yes.
just keep the channel safe by not being stupid. Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, well, this entire channel is already about like about anti-COVID measures and stuff, and then for now we've been like staying like on the border of being deleted with it, but yeah, I think we can have one strike.
No. If you're anti-COVID borders, blah blah blah.
You just lose your channel. They don't even give you warning.
No, you're not gonna get a strike.
Well, okay, so they removed one video in the past already for medical misinformation, but yeah.
Yeah, who the fuck decides medical misinformation?
Was I telling people to use drugs again?
No, he was just covering a protest against COVID measures.
Oh, I thought it was because I was telling people to use drugs.
No, it was Rico's video. Like, okay, so I gave him this channel because he already lost his own channel, the podcast channel. So that one already got completely deleted. And then I gave him this channel, Another Voice. I said, like, you can have this channel. I mean, you're doing good work. And it had like 23,000 subscribers, so it was good for him. But I don't want him to lose this one too.
Let's just make it clear for YouTube that if you delete this account, we will come back with 10 more.
I have other channels ready, don't worry.
Yeah.
Come back with 10 more.
Yay! Censorship.
Time.
What's up?
We can go on for us. We have like several channels as well for locally.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I have big channels ready with a lot of subscribers, so that's not the big problem. But it is just there's like a lot of work on here on this one. Like, and there's videos that get like 8,000 views and stuff.
Back it up. No.
No, so in these videos they get like 8,000 views and stuff. So he's doing well with this one.
No,
Do you back it up in Odyssey? Because don't they, if you put your YouTube account in, don't they just download the whole lot to Odyssey?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Are you guys using Odyssey?
No.
Yeah. Well, not for. I don't stream really much. I can't stream because I haven't got 1,000 followers. So.
You can just stream to this channel. There's no problem.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I used to use Unity 4J, but I'm not sure I'll be allowed to anymore.
Yeah.
How is Unity for Joey even doing it? Is it all dead now?
There's all the Unity 4J France and Jamaica and Sadeo. You know, there's quite a few Twitter accounts that still put out the global protests. You know, that like the Unity 4G in Germany is really active with freeassange.eu. And yeah, there's a few that are still operating, like the Unity Francais. Most of them are pretty dead, to be fair. Like, I think, yeah, most of them have gone a bit quiet.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to talk about since he went to prison. So, I mean, there is, but you know, we're a lot. It seems like you know, there's been a lot of flip flop. You know, as far as the public's view on Julian. First, they were adoring him, and then they hated him, and then they loved him, and then they hate him, and now you ask about Julian Assange, and everybody's like, who? You know, like they don't even know who he is.
Yeah, we did some information music up at the Victoria University in Wellington. Me and Timothy, we played violin and guitar and did our Julian Assange songs, and we had a big sign out. And there's like political science classes up there. There's all manner of topics where they should be looking at WikiLeaks. And we were talking to everyone we met, and no one knew who they were, even political science students. I couldn't believe it. It was just pathetic. And yeah, really interested.
International relations major, I can tell you firsthand, a ton of like people are not taught about WikiLeaks, despite like Cablegate being right fucking
CNN
all 7. I mean, come on. I mean,
illegal for you to read those WikiLeaks emails.
I remember that. Yeah, they did say that.
You know, Activism Munich, they cover a lot about Assange as well. I follow
Kevin
them
Gostola too. Kevin Gostola's top tier.
It's illegal for you to cover those, or for you to look into those WikiLeaks emails. You'll get all the information that you need from us. Literally, that quote.
My camera was on, I'd be flicking it off. That's what I got to say to that.
That's also a good channel. Activism Munich is also a good channel because they cover a lot of stuff.
You know, if you say Bradley Manning, everybody knows who the fuck I'm talking about. But if you or Chelsea Manning, but if you say Julian Assange, they don't know who you're talking about. But yet these two are related.
Yeah.
2012, everybody knew who Julian Assange was. 2021, nobody. You know.
That's like media silence and propaganda. I mean, first it was the smear campaign, then it was just not talking about him completely. Like, you have freaking what's-his-face, Ned Cunson or whatever, the spokesperson for the State Department, up in a press conference going, well, we're really concerned about the detention of a journalist in Burma who just spent his 100th day in prison. Journalism is not a crime. And I quote him in saying journalism is not a crime while he's saying that in a room full of journalists who can't even press him on fucking Julian Assange. And it's like, the hypocrisy? You're stabbing human rights in the back with that shit. Go fuck yourself.
Yep.
But he's a scary hacker in their eyes, and you know that he's not a journalist. Julian is the world's most elite hacker in the world, and he just released all of this by hacking it. Fucking skills, man.
Yeah, man. Like Cablegate, DNC leaks, that was all him. And I mean, it's on top of that, you have the completely bullshit rapist smear. There's like an anti-Semitic smear that kept going around. Now you got people saying that like, oh, Assange supporters are right-wingers because they pushed the free speech talking point. It's like, the fuck you mean?
Rupert Murdoch's The Sun newspaper tried saying Julian was... Wait. Just listen. The Sun newspaper, ran by Rupert Murdoch, right, tried saying that Julian was a gay rapist. I'm not kidding you. Like, you can look this up.
Gay?
Yes, I'm not kidding you. Years ago, yes. Before
When I was getting a petition signed in New Zealand in a farmer's market, this woman came up to me and said he was not only, aren't you a Five Eyes partner? Shouldn't you be supporting your Five Eyes partner? And anyway, wasn't he a paedophile? Like, oh my god. That was a long time ago, though. That was 2018. So people were still, but most people in that farmer's market, to be fair, they were really on side with Julian. It was this one-off that was the most ridiculous response, that he was a paedophile. And I mean, just like even the UN rapporteur of torture said that he had been suffering from the propaganda and didn't believe he should go and check out Julian's case,
Yeah, he said that.
and then said it was the worst in 20 years of all the Western, third world countries he's been to look at torture victims. That Julian was one of the worst.
Well, Todd and Claire in 2016 pushed that whole narrative that Julian was a pedophile, if you remember that. It was a fake dating website that was set up basically out of a fucking garage, and it was like a CIA cutout front. And they started pushing this, Julian's a pedophile, this and that, right before the DNC leaks dropped.
Right.
So, yeah, for years, I mean,
You got to remember, they did the same thing to Matt and arrest him on it. Remember that fake kitty porn they put on his computer because he had all that FBI data?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if it was fake kitty porn. I don't know, because here's the thing with anons, and I always warn this about people, is that when you're hunting pedophiles, and a lot of us do, right? You got to make sure that the data that you are going after, when you're going after a pedophile, that the actual child pornography doesn't get onto your hard drive. Now, I don't know if they set them up and just fucking implanted it, because they can, because you remember WikiLeaks revealed with not the Stratford emails, what was the other one? Man, I can't remember that.
HB Gary. HB Gary.
No, it wasn't HB Gary either. It was another.
Palantir, maybe?
Palantir?
No.
Pro?
No. It was it was an Italian defense business. I can't remember what it was called. I think it was Italian.
Okay, I'll find it.
HB Gary learned his lesson. The guy behind HB Gary learned his lesson. I mean, Anonymous pretty much kicked his ass, right?
Yeah, he's out of jail now.
But they kicked his ass.
That's true.
Palantir had to apologize for even being involved with that. But yeah, they deserved it, so yeah, their emails leaked, whatever. Fuck them.
But I mean, Palantir's on their shit now still, though, that's the thing. They have contracts with local police all over the country, especially in Los Angeles and New Orleans. And then they also got a boost when they were allowed to use their, I think it's like Gotham or Goliath or one of those two GO words. They had software that was used during Op Warp Speed, and they were contracted as a part of that. So yeah, Palantir was given access to public health. Brilliant. And they're doing as great as ever, unfortunately.
Hey, so I have a question, Alex. And first, Tad, check your DMs, official Tad Fiber. And also, Alex, but you talked about New Zealand being part of the Five Eyes thing, right?
Yeah.
But they're not officially part, right, of the Five Eyes thing. But because my own country, the Netherlands, they're also involved with signal intelligence and stuff, but not in public. It's just all secret. But I've been to a signal intelligence location. Like, I found one in our country.
Yeah.
And
well, here we've got the GCSB, and it has been uncovered. And I think, it's that arrangement where you don't spy on your own citizens, but another country spies on your citizens, and you do the job somewhere else. And I don't know where that is. But yeah, I think we are actively in it, from what I understand. Yeah, that's why it's quite dangerous for Julian to come back to New Zealand or Australia. It's obviously given recent events too. I mean, we're all in full lockdown. No, I mean, we've actually gone to level 3, but it still means there's no, your kids, you're homeschooling kids, and you're not allowed more than 5 kilometres from your house, I think, and there's checkpoints now. And so what's really weird here is that we've gone from complete freedom after our intense lockdowns at the beginning isolation in New Zealand, of course. We've gone from being really, really free to literally overnight you've got people jogging and their infants in masks and everyone taking it super seriously, and people are walking in the middle of big roads to avoid walking on the pavement next to you. Like it's gone from absolutely free to completely conforming, which is bizarre to see. But yeah, there's not much pushback here, I can say. It's quiet, particularly Wellington, because it's the capital, even though it's not the biggest city. So it's absolutely packed to the rafters with people who work for the government or are in the government. So
I found what I was talking about. It's called the Hacking Team emails, where there was a email released where it talked about a remote access Trojan known as Galileo, which could implant forging metadata of child pornography on somebody's computer. Years ago, this happened to a lot of independent journalists. I don't know if anybody realizes it, but it happened to Melissa Melton, Luke Rogowski, Dan Johnson, Stuart Rhodes, and a number of different other independent journalists at the time, where they were threatened with implanting, with having child pornography implanted on their systems by a group of hackers.
Yeah, well, do you know about the Australian bill here that was quite a while ago now, but that allows the police not only to come in and take everything off your phone, but they can also change your data in your phone? It's completely nuts. I think David McBride might have been talking to you guys about it. I'm not sure.
That's nuts. They can change the data in your phone. Okay.
Yeah, they can modify documents. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to be abused.
Yeah, they did it with the ABC officers and also another paper which escapes my mind at the moment in Australia. Here, they did it a long time ago with Nicky Hager, who did an expose on dirty politics. He also was one of the people that gave evidence in the trial, because he was one of the people that redacted names from, I think, maybe even the Afghan war, or maybe some other diplomatic cables or something like that, and he gave evidence. But yeah, he had the police come and raid his journalistic materials, and he's one of New Zealand's top investigative journalists. And he got a massive payout, an unknown amount, by the police in compensation. So that was interesting. I guess he's got quite a big platform, so he managed to combat it. I don't know if every other journalist who it happened to would have that kind of weight to be able to combat it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, by the way, if you hear me typing, it's just I'm typing in a YouTube chat. That's why I'm typing.
So I hear that in New Zealand there's been about 90 or 70 arrests, and in Australia there's been about 250 arrests so far for lockdown protests. And I heard that there was one truckie protest in Australia, but I think the main one was in Brisbane. I think the other ones might have fizzled out, and there's rumours of truckies being paid off by government not to do it. But I'm not sure. There's not been a lot of information about that there anyway.
Because of all rights, right?
Sorry?
I mean, the right of assembly, they scrapped. The right of freedom of speech, they scrapped.
Habeas corpus, they've scrapped. I mean, you can, in Australia and New Zealand now, I believe you can enter a home without a warrant. There's absolute crazy shit laws going on. There is another law that Tony Blair introduced, and Jacinda Ardern, having worked for Tony Blair while he was being a war criminal, has adopted that in New Zealand as well, which is that you can be pretty much put in a mental institution for your political opinion. And twin that with the fact that New Zealand is out of the world one of the worst places to end up in an asylum, because you are literally treated like a guinea pig with psychotropic drugs that are very questionable, and combinations of them which you are forced. And so there's been a really bad record of that kind of style stuff going on in New Zealand. So, yeah, it's very interesting.
I have COVID.
That's a gnarly cough you got there, okay?
You know, saying weird stuff is the first sign.
Hey, don't cough in my direction. I am not vaccinated.
It's just for years. For years,
You know,
the U.S. CIA and New Zealand, they have used Pine Gap for testing people.
what's that?
Very different experimentation.
In that war, right? They experimented with drugs on soldiers.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was Peter Barrett, who did an interview with not that long ago with Truth Stream Media. He absolutely adores them, and I might have got the wrong first name, but it's definitely Barrett. He's one of the people that has exposed some of the stuff that's gone on in New Zealand as well as other countries with the whole MK Ultra weird experimentation stuff going on.
Yes.
Is it Peter Barrett? Yeah, is it that right guy?
I just had to give one comment. Uma, we can't read this.
So Pine Gap is a military. Well, it's actually 3 military bases. One is in New Zealand and 2 are in Australia. And supposedly, they're all connected underground. That's a possibility because it's not really that far for them to do it. It could be
It's a
done.
3-hour flight. That would be intense, but I guess.
Well,
To New Zealand, Pine Gap's definitely in the Aussie desert. The actual Pine Gap, but I'm sure there are associated American bases everywhere. I mean, New Zealand always had a nuclear-free treaty and turned away American warships with any kind of nuclear stuff, but they're certainly, I think they're not doing that anymore. I think that's long gone.
well, Pine Gap used to be. I don't know if it's still operational or not. I imagine it would be because I don't see why they would get rid of it. But they used to run a lot of the MK Ultra experiments through Pine Gap, and a lot of the psychotropic test experiments on people with various different psycho substances or chemicals or anything like that. It was all going through Pine Gap as one of the main bases for all these experiments and everything. And they would use everybody from the same as what they did with using Harvard patients. They would do the same in New Zealand, and they would use patients from mental hospitals and stuff like that all over, and they would do these experiments on them.
Crazy.
So when you said that, it kind of jogged my memory on that.
Right.
So if that's still going on, that doesn't surprise me.
I know one of the Assange activists in Wellington who's actually been denied access to his kids for 2 decades now, and the reason was that he was made to take 6 psychoactive drugs just to continue seeing them, and he refused, and so he didn't get to see them anymore. And it's so sad, so I was helping him protest the day after the Assange protest last month.
Insane. It's like child kidnapping by the government. That's what that is.
Oh, there was another item here on the news recently. There's those homes for troubled kids, right? In the past, in the Netherlands. And they were really abusive, They were beating the kids down like dogs, And the government said...
They feed them to the local pedophiles. I mean, that's what these organizations do.
They can recognize now that was wrong, but as compensation they only get 5,000 euros, And I was like, what the fuck?
They recognize that's wrong.
Yeah, but they only get 5,000 euros compensation. I was like, yeah, right. A whole lifetime of getting beaten and you only get 5,000 euros in compensation. That's bullshit, right?
Well, I mean, what those types of houses used to do is they used to traffic the boys out to pedophiles and or girls out to pedophiles, and then they'd pimp them out. And in some cases, there was deals made with large pedophiles where they would give them custody, and then they would then pimp them out through after having custody of them. So yeah, that's what they do, and these boys and girls homes, they're very abusive.
Oh yeah. From what I hear from that guy who was doing the interview, they were literally beaten down like dogs. You know.
Lost 2 people.
If he didn't say good morning at the right way, they got beaten down. You know, and it was terrible that something like that happened.
Surprised me.
That just messed up, you know, and they scar those kids for life.
Well, I should be shocked about that, right? But it doesn't really surprise me.
Yeah, but you see what a messed up society we lived in, right? Or still live in.
Well, I've heard the story over and over again.
Yeah, but nothing is changing, apparently.
Well, what is forcing these homes to change their ways? Nobody.
No, because those are quote-unquote troubled kids, right? With behavior troubled.
Not only just that, but also they're orphans. Some of them are orphans left without a family. So you know who's going to represent those orphans. If they're not properly represented by the orphanage that they're in, you know?
We, the activists. I mean, we can bring this to the attention of the general public and force change if we all stick together, right?
But if you try to say that orphanages are abusing kids and trafficking kids, you're going to look like a QAnon. Because they push that whole narrative already, right?
Yeah, well, it doesn't mean that it's not happening. It is happening, and it's terrible enough.
That's one of the reasons that Q was so effective, really, wasn't it? Because there's so much spicing of all that information with truth. Which,
they believe in these things.
Discrediting.
But they believe in the crazy stuff like the satanic pedophiles that drink babies' blood and smoke drugs that don't exist, like adrenochrome. You know.
Yeah, but that's what Alex says. Like they mix the real stuff with like the fake stuff, right? And that's
Yeah. It's part of discrediting. It's like I'm into ancient history because I'm an architect, right? And I'm into ancient history and timelines being all fucked up. And what they use to discredit people in that is either aliens or flat Earth. You're suddenly a flat earther if you're saying, oh no, there's something weird going on with our timeline and our old architecture and archaeology. It's not quite right. You know, and if you point that out, then suddenly you're some crazy conspiracy alien, whatever. And I mean, like, each to their own. Like, I can't understand why it threatens people so, but it seems to. It's a similar kind of deal.
Thank you. I never understood, like, what kind of special threat flat earthers posed to anybody. Like, if I woke up the next day and started believing the earth was flat, it would not. If I woke up the next day and believed the Earth is flat and birds aren't real, it would not impact your guys' lifestyle in any way whatsoever. Yet, because of QAnon and because of the mass amount of narrative management we've seen, it's gotten conflated so much to the point where now it's conflated with danger and spreading misinformation and harming the public. Like, if you want to question an experimental jab, okay, flat earther. Like, are you kidding?
Yeah, I have one of my most hippie, most like anti-war. She's an Assange activist friend of mine. Like had lived with me in the past in multiple countries, and she's turned like totally authoritarian, dissing on activists, lockdown activists, anti-mandate activists, and I saw her posting post after post dissing flat earthers, and I was like, are they hurting you? Like, does their opinion hurt your feelings? Like, what's happened to my old friend who used to fight for human rights? Like, what happened? It's crazy. Utterly crazy.
Well, you see, let me just explain here why flat Earth is dangerous. Because you guys might try to build a rocket, and you might try to launch your rocket just to see if you can break through the dome, and we can't have that.
Hey, I mean, please.
And for the fucking birds, Glory? Okay, for the fucking birds? You saying birds aren't real? Yeah? You might expose the surveillance operation of some real fake birds, you know? Those birds that are actually surveillance devices, so we can't have that.
Yeah, but even the flat Earth movement is successful because they actually mix in truth with fake stuff too, right? Because they have some truth. No, but they have some truth. Like if when they talk about NASA being like fully like built by Nazi scientists and stuff, yeah, there is something to say for them.
Yeah,
there is like
absolutely.
But the flat Earth movement did actually have CIA infiltration into it, and they started shaping it. You can look it up. It's like declassified now. It's the most hilarious thing ever. Because
yeah, I know that, but I also know that they have a lot of truth in it, right? And that is like because when we talk about Operation Paperclip and stuff, that's all real. I mean,
yeah, because the scientists behind NASA in the beginning, way in the beginning, was the same guys who made the V1 and the V2.
yeah, but not just in the beginning. They stayed for a very long time, and you can actually recognize them on old pictures because they have these scars in their faces. I said it before. They have scars in their faces because fencing was super popular with high-level Nazis. They literally have scars in their faces.
The paperclip operation that brought over scientists and engineers and fucking everybody else from Nazi Germany to the U.S. and not only the U.S. but also New Zealand, Australia, parts of Europe. Russia got a few as well. That operation is the reason why these experiments continued after Nazi Germany, because we brought all of their scientists over and said, hey, what were you guys looking up? Oh, okay, well, yeah, let's fund that. Yeah. Oh, we're interested in that too. Oh, mind manipulation? Oh, that sounds cool.
Wasn't his name von Braun or something like that?
Von Braun was the guy who created the rocket ship, and he had various different iterations of the rocket ship that he had developed under Nazi control. I don't know. Nobody actually knows whether or not any of his ships that he designed under Nazi Germany flew. But he did have
V2 rockets flew. I mean,
models.
The V1 and the V2 was also von Braun and another guy. I can't remember his name now.
I'm not talking about the V1 and the V2. I'm talking about the actual saucers and everything that he made. The Hanamarubu. I can't even say the name. And then the other one that he made.
Yeah, there are some old pictures of like saucer-shaped craft and stuff, but they were experimenting with a lot of stuff. They also had like airplanes with rocket engines in Norway. I think there were like 6 of them, but those were bombed already before they were actually used. But they had modern style fighter jets in Norway stationed.
And they were also experimenting in the Norwegian region with what was it, deuterium oxides, right?
Yeah, there were some dirty bombs found. They were planning to drop those over New York and stuff. So yeah.
There was a huge dam there that was making deuterium, right? So they were already experimenting with dirty bombs and etc. back then.
You said deuterium, but I thought of Ethereum.
Yeah, Josh, I put the volume on all of them a little bit down, so it should be more equalized now.
Oh, so you want me to talk louder, Mark?
No, you were the worst one. I put you down most of it.
I know.
Oh shit!
Just kidding. No, what's it? Josh said my ears are less bleeding now.
No, I want your ears to bleed.
DJ, big up, Base God Tech Ninja was good in the chat. What an occasion! What? Okay.
I actually missed him, man. He's like been away a bit lately.
And
I love it, Sleepy J.
And if I'm too loud, just tell me, and I put my mic down.
You were the
a little
only
bit.
one I didn't have to put down because you were already on half volume for a weird reason.
Yeah, we did that last time, remember? Remember when you tried to sing to us in the shower and we muted you and then we turned you all the way down? Yeah.
Burn him down more. Just kidding.
So, in other news here, we have Oregon hiring 14 and 15-year-olds at McDonald's due to staffing issues.
Isn't that
Only in America.
Isn't that laws?
They're supposed to be.
Yeah. I mean, what's next? 5-year-olds working at McDonald's. I mean, come on. There are laws against that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There is actually laws against that. They have to require the parent consent for applications. So if the parent consents, that 14 and 15-year-old can work, but they can only work a certain amount of hours a week.
And the pay is like shit. I know that. I mean, the normal workers already, the payment is shit.
I mean, it's minimum wage.
Oh,
Not much.
they're going to give you shit pay. It's not fucking working for the goddamn Colonial Restaurant or something. I mean, like...
Yeah, it's minimum wage.
Starting them at 12 here.
Which is pretty much nothing. Minimum wage.
Hmm.
Hey, you're just flipping burgers, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's not rocket science, I know, but still.
I mean, the worst that can happen to you is, oh no, you burnt yourself on the grill.
Oh, that will be a lawsuit.
The employees like it though. The employees like it. Literally, like McDonald's, for example, in our country is considered like the best employer in the country. Just saying. Yeah, the employees are the most happy because they have a great.
I thought the guys who work at the smart shops and the coffee shops were the most happy employees.
No, not here. But, I mean,
Really?
yeah, McDonald's is like they get this prize every year, but it is because just because of their they select like employees who are about like the same age and stuff here, right? So they have these, these company parties and stuff, right? And that's what you don't really have with other employees. And these young people meet their first girlfriend or whatever, or boyfriend in the McDonald's there. So yeah, they're happy.
Do they still have those smart shops anymore, or do they stop doing that?
Oh no, they have.
Coffee shop.
Yeah, there are smart shops here.
They're running out of supplies. Aren't McDonald's running out of their own supplies everywhere? And are you guys having the same kind of experience? Because in New Zealand we're very cut off. I mean, like everyone's running out of like basic parts and basic. Like you go to a shop and it's like relatively not stocked.
Yeah.
Do you guys have that too?
Yeah,
I know. Go ahead, you first take it.
I was just gonna say, in regards to supply shortages and stuff like that, that's happening in the U.S. as well. They said that they have like a shortage of wheat and some other commodities and stuff like that you need. So I mean, like, Yeah, it's happening all over. It's not just you.
Yeah.
It's also China just recently blockaded a huge shipment of goods and everything, and that caused a another shortage of different types of supplies and tires and uh, for rubber and for metal and wood as well for building supplies for building houses and for building.
We've got loads of wood, but no one can treat it here. No one can treat the timber. So a lot of people are running out of timber because you need certain treated timber to go in the ground and near the ground, and so that all that shit's run out for some reason. But I mean, obviously New Zealand's full of trees, pine trees.
Did you hear about China banning the talent shows because the men should be more manly? A load of bullshit.
What?
Wait, what? And talent shows.
Yeah, they did that, and they also are restricting children from. They can only play video games for 3 hours during the week, and only they all day Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's it.
I saw that shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but, I mean, don't get me wrong. The K-pop look. I mean, I'm gonna get a lot of hate for it, but I mean, the guys kind of do look like girls. So.
Oh my god! They're going to like rage on you now.
Oh, you're
sorry.
K-pop is Korea, though. To be
no, but K-pop spills over into China as well. So.
Well, it means
Korean
pop,
by then
right?
it would be, by then it would be C-pop. Like in Japan, they don't say K-pop; they say J-pop.
Okay, there you go. I don't know. I'm not in the scene though, so I don't know the specifics.
Very popular in Asian countries, the whole K-pop today, you know, like they banned talent shows because it's the men are not manly enough. And I was like, yeah, that's a load of bullshit. Right?
That's interesting.
I thought we lost our guest for a second.
No, she drops out sometimes. I saw it happen before.
That's me. That's my fault.
You had that sometimes too on the A4A videos. Well, it must be the distance. I mean, it's the other side of the world.
Yeah, I think I just went out of the chat for some reason. Like I just pressed the screen and it went back or something. Yeah.
Welcome to Discord.
I don't know. I don't really have an opinion about China. They have there's so many things wrong here, but it's slowly becoming like that in here too, with all the surveillance and yeah. So
Well, it feels really like every country is beta testing a different aspect, and every sector within every country is beta testing a different aspect. That's why we're all not experiencing quite the same thing, but enough that they're sort of trialing it out on Western countries until they can see how it goes down. And in New Zealand, they get no resistance whatsoever from the sheep. It's gonna be interesting. Yeah.
Well, they are trying to push through now. You know, we have on the highways here cameras that read license plates, right? I mean, that's
Yeah, we had those back in like 2000.
Yeah, that's not new.
Yeah, London. If you've ever been to London, that's the most surveilled country in the world. I mean, obviously they actually tax you on the basis of coming into London on your license plate. So that's been for years in London for sure.
What I want to say is now they are pushing for, you know, also showing the people in the cars so they can see if they are on the wanted list. So yeah, it becoming more and more a surveillance state here.
Person of
as well.
interest.
yeah, there is a big problem with that. There's a big problem with that in here, and that is like when you're like a suspect to something, right? And then you have to go to a police station. They take your picture, right? And it ends up in a database. But even if you're like innocent afterwards, you did nothing wrong, you still gave your picture. It's very hard to get it out of it. So there's a lot of innocent people in these databases listed as like in the criminal database, because they're only allowed to put in the criminal database the pictures from the criminal database. But yeah, a lot of innocent people in it because they had to give their picture when they're like a suspect. So that's a big privacy issue.
Now the question is, what's next? Because next will be like facial recognition software, like in China, you know.
Well,
We use that already here.
what do
That's
you
what I
mean?
use.
What's next? We already have that, Ted. Where have you been? Clearview AI, like.
My friend.
Not to mention, I mean, now they don't even need to take you to the station anymore to get your damn mugshot. Now they'll literally like detain you on the side of the road and take your picture, or they'll be filming you at protests and just straight up go in alignment and zoom in on your faces and collect data that way. And I mean, facial recognition, like it's not new.
No, they use
But
it
law
now.
enforcement has
If
been
you've
using
flown
it.
anywhere and around the world, wouldn't you have already been in a visual database anyway? You know, like when you, I don't know, you guys get that, don't you? When you go through the, maybe that's just a New Zealand and England thing, but yeah, when you go through the passport, there's like a camera that sees if your face is the same.
Oh yeah, there's like a camera, and then here in the U.S. they have that clear thing where you can, where it's like TSA pre-check almost, where like you can go to the front of the security line and stuff, but they get to scan your retinas or something like that. It's
wow.
weird.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they keep on violating our personal rights, right? Our privacy.
Well, Ted, you just gotta realize you don't have privacy and you don't have rights.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
That's why we have to recreate the system, right? And not abide by any of it.
Oh, fuck the system.
Yeah, and
We're gonna recreate our own.
Yeah, but
Our
we're
own
dealing with
network.
one like major issue, and that is that we do have like a lot of rights, but we are not like enforcing them like they are doing.
Exerting them, yeah.
Yeah, and like we are supposed to defend our rights in courts and stuff. Like what an old lawyer once said to me, like the fact that you are right doesn't actually mean you get what you deserve in like a court. But you have to like successfully defend it, right? So you have a lot of rights protecting you. Like there are constitutions, but we are not doing these organized like collective lawsuits against them, etc. We're not doing it.
The government is shitting on our constitutions. That's the problem.
I worry that too many people are trusting the people that are seen on even media to be tackling this in court, and that how much of it is real and how much of it is you know, just you know, another ploy like QAnon. You know, trust us. We're you know, sit back. Someone's got the plan. We got it all in store.
The government is just taking a huge dump and wiping their ass with our constitution.
Oh, they do that every day.
Yep.
In New Zealand, a lawyer called Sue Gray, I was there at the High Court. She with about 100 other supporters, and she's a lawyer, she took them to High Court and said that they're not giving New Zealanders any kind of informed consent. And she won her case, she won her argument, the court agreed that she was right. And then that night, New Zealand changed the law, the offending law, without any consultation, overnight, literally, of the day of the court case.
Yeah,
and that's what we're dealing with, you know?
We had something similar here. Like we had that curfew thing that everyone had to be indoors after like 9 in the evening, and then this activist group sued the government in court, and they won. The judge agreed, and the curfew had to be stopped and removed. And then the same evening, the government changed the law and overruled the judge and said like, the curfew's back.
They did the dumbest shit for that in Florida. They literally, okay, well obviously they did it on purpose, but it was so fucking dumb. In Broward County, Florida, these fucks texted that there was like a 9 p.m. curfew at like 10:30 at night.
Huh?
Yeah, no, it just fucking Florida, literally.
Did you hear about the British Green Party in England? There was a bill tabled that they wanted to have a male curfew, male-only curfew from a certain time at night. Like I can't remember whether it was 8 or 9 o'clock, but yeah, it was like no men allowed out after that. Seriously,
They have a
problem with that.
well, no. It's because the UK now has a rapist problem and a robbing problem, And, like, I don't know why it's escalated as much as it has, but there's been a lot of, like, teen groups. No, listen. There's been a lot of teen groups that have been, like, setting people up to get robbed, and they're doing, like, all sorts of other different things. Like, I saw a video of a guy, like, faking being a delivery driver, and then he puts the package down on the guy's doorstep. The guy leans down to pick up the package, and then the fake delivery driver charges the guy into his home, and then other people run into the home with him. So it's pretty crazy what's going on over there.
Sort of like the Oliver Twist tradition. The Oliver Twist tradition.
I take offense to that. No, like, not only guys are rapists, you know. So I think
mostly.
They had just had that high-profile case where a policeman had killed and covered up a woman walking across a park in London. And that was the case that set the groundwork in the narrative to do that. Whether or not it was real or who knows what was true about it. But that was the event seeding the reaction that was the Green Party in Britain billing that idea, which is just crazy to me. Obviously, I don't think it went through mostly, but it just the fact that it even got discussed in Parliament seems crazy to me when we can't get them to talk about Julian Assange. Anyway.
Well, we'll talk about limiting your rights any day. I mean, they love that.
Yeah, as long as something can be limited.
Like I said,
do you think that the case in Illinois and Chicago, that woman that had her child removed because it wasn't even a case that was meant to be about custody, but the judge then decided? Do you think that is just more fear to send people to get their jabs?
It's unenforceable. You can't. What the judge said isn't legal by any. No,
right. It could be totally. That's what I'm saying. Do you think it's just part of the fear porn?
No, I actually
there are people who don't get it.
There's bad judges out there. I mean, there was a judge I saw on a YouTube video where he challenged the prosecutor to a fight, beat his ass, and was fired at the end of the day.
I saw it, but I think he's not a judge anymore now because he got relief from his duties, right, as a judge, because he can do that.
No, they can't. They don't have the authority to do anything like that. The court can't take your child away from you legally because you won't get a vaccine. That's I don't know. He's just making up his own laws. Yeah.
But I think it's just part of the narrative to send people to the chemists and places to get this thing.
Yeah.
Possibly. I don't know much about the the details about the case in that aspect, but I don't know if it's possible.
Okay, so with that's one problem we're dealing with. The law actually needs to be tested, right? And the government keeps on doing things because they claim they are on the right side of the law and they can do these things. Well, we actually we also have human rights and constitutions that we are supposed to defend against that. We should be able to use these laws to defend, but the government is using their own interpretation. It's just like a lawsuit, right? So you have a court case, a lawsuit, and you only allow one party to speak. That's what's going on the whole time.
The problem is, they are the government. They make the laws, and if they don't win, they just change the laws in their favor. So it's like David versus Goliath, right?
Yeah, but they can't do that they can't do that everywhere. They can do it in our country because they don't have to test the laws. The laws don't have to comply with the constitution. But in Germany and in Belgium, the laws have to comply with the constitution. So the judge can rule against introducing a new law if it is not compatible with the constitution. So you can do something there because those judges deciding something, they can also take it to a European High Court, and that makes it law in our country too, because the European law overrules Dutch law. So if a
Yep.
German judge
Yeah, and
rules against
yeah, sorry. I was going to say, police are meant to be operating under common law in places like at least England and Canada and Australia and New Zealand, and you would think that they would be operating under common law since they all signed an oath, swore an oath that they would, but they're not, and so we know that our courts are not behaving as they should. Clearly, in the case of that woman, it wasn't even a case about custody. To make it one was, on its own face, easily defended, I'm sure. But that's why I think it's just all part of the narrative to push the idea that everything's so scary.
But you're dealing with in New Zealand and in the UK. You're dealing with that common law does overrule like constitution, right? I mean, common law is like the most powerful thing there.
Well, if you go to a court, I mean, I don't know if there's any truth to this, but there's people discussing that if you go to a court and you refuse to acknowledge the corrupt system and say that you're not participating in their fraud, and you say, I'm not this person on this birth certificate, in fact I am a living woman and I don't recognise this court, that you can win on this crazy common law argument because the court can't see you. Because the court are acting as dead entities. At least this is what I understand from people like Observation Deck, who do a whole bunch of tutorials onto how to exert your common law rights, how to exert your, do notices, send 3 notices, that kind of argument that I've heard a lot about. People in Australia I know have been fighting parking tickets and all sorts of things and winning on that basis that they don't recognise the court. They don't recognise the authority. I guess it's a bit anarchist, and I love it. I think that's more of us need to try and go down that route, because what that does is it ties up all their courts in paperwork. It shuts down their system in the process.
To play the devil's advocate about Chicago, about that thing, I do remember when I was working in one facility where the women would get drug tested. The pregnant women would get drug tested before or after the pregnancy, and it was like standard protocol. And I didn't know that Department of Family and Child Services really has a strong arm, and to the point where they're absolutely blatantly breaking the laws and really trying to keep the parents away from the children at all costs. And they were getting their children taken away for smoking cannabis, and I'm not joking. And this is when they still had medical cannabis was approved. But I'm just wondering if that case is kind of laundered in with the Department of Family Child Services case, because if that's the case, then yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they're trying to pull a narrative, because that
happens to a lot of New Zealand families. Indigenous New Zealand families often lose their children.
Cannabis is a big issue, like in America and other countries. I mean, it's been legalized here in the Netherlands for many, many decades already, and we don't have issues with it, right, Mark?
No, it's in the part of the healthcare system. It's not part of the criminal system.
I got something here for you guys.
Say that again?
I got something here for you guys. The Australian government is planning to de-anonymize the internet to introduce a social credit system to combat online abuse. Police will have access to every individual's social media accounts, which will be linked to people's passports.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Holy shit!
I'm just laughing because there's no way that they could ever enforce that.
People should not accept that kind of stuff.
I know that's some pretty big ballsy statement from the government, but they'll never be able to have the manpower to enforce it.
So we dealt with these problems. We're still dealing with this chat control thing, right? Where the government will have full access to our private conversations and everything. We're dealing with that stuff right now. While in the past, what I was trying to say is, usually like privacy advocates, we had like Google when Google Earth just came out, like Google Street View. The faces were visible of people, license plates were visible of people. And house numbers were visible. Like people were like really, their privacy was really infringed on. And then, so we aren't challenging it through our court because our courts are useless. But privacy advocates were enforcing it through the German courts, and they actually won against Google, and Google was forced to change all of that, and so they removed all the faces and all the stuff, and it complies again. So, and that is what we can also do with some of these COVID restrictions.
Wasn't there a case where a guy went through a divorce because on Google they saw a picture of him with the other woman?
Yeah.
Something like.
Yeah, and that is the test cases that they present to a judge. That is the excuse to put it in front of a judge, right? You need something. You need to bait them into a lawsuit.
Yeah, because the wife found out by Google Earth that he was cheating on her.
Yeah, so yeah, but that is not about that guy, because those privacy advocates, of course, asked for that guy to do that, right? I mean, we need to bait them into a lawsuit. Otherwise, you're not getting it. You're not just going to there has to be like a relevant, real case going on. Someone has to be hurt by something. So yeah, but so you can do that too with the COVID restrictions, right?
Well, I've been through a divorce. I know how it hurts, so yeah, I can imagine.
But what Australia is proposing here, right, is literally it's China. It's China. It's China's credit system reworked strictly just for the internet, right?
You know, this goes against
Well,
what...
the only way they can compete on the AI, isn't it just a big AI battle between China and the West, really, when it comes down to it, and China's winning at the moment because they've shut down all those rights.
You know, when Tim Berners-Lee created HTTP, you know, when he actually gave it away freely, and as an advocate saying that they wanted to interconnect the world to make the people, you know, be unite together, and the only thing that I've seen the narrative do is governments are using it to spy on people, like the Stasi's. You know, they're doing you know, what was it? Was it Germany at the time? And it's all it's doing, you know, at this point is, you know, people are believing all the bullshit, and people are more divided than they have ever been in any time I've ever been alive.
Absolutely.
I mean, we just allowed a couple of bad, how should I say, very influential actors and governments to have full control. Like, why did anybody ever allow the one of the biggest DNS servers in the United States allowed the government to control? Why did a nonprofit agency allow government to do it? And then we gave it away. It's about 7 or 8 years ago. You remember that, Mark? Hello? Oh,
Mark, wake up. Wakey.
Anyway. Did we lose our streamer?
Our streamer is gone tango.
Dude, did I do that?
Tango down.
They still see us live. Maybe he's just AFK for a couple minutes.
To go get coffee.
I had the phone in my pocket. Hopefully, it didn't boot him.
No, you didn't boot him. He's here, and we're still live.
Maybe he went MIA.
I only talked about DNS servers.
Yeah, well, he probably went to go get coffee. It's Mark.
What? But if he disconnects from Discord, then no audio is going through.
He's here though.
Maybe he did a bite and then fell asleep. You know, sleepy Josh stuff.
Oh no, not again.
Never mind. Anyway.
Oh well, we should use this moment. We're trying to end the damn wars on September 11th, and there's a global protest going on. And Handles for Assange is going to try and list anything we hear about happening on the 10th to the 12th. DC's from the 10th to the 12th, isn't it, Glory?
Yes.
Yeah, and you're going to be there, or are you going to be doing your own one California way?
I won't be able to go to DC because school just started. But there, don't quote me on this, but I think there might be one in Sacramento, California. I haven't seen a flyer for it. That's why I'm not giving it definitively. But I have heard rumblings that there might be an event in Sacramento, California. But I know there's one in Fort Lauderdale actually on the 11th. There's one in New York City, in Portland, and Denver
as well. Yeah, I'm sure all those. And also, I think Vienna, London. I'm going to try and do something in Wellington, but it's pretty hard. People are pretty reluctant given the checkpoints and shit. So the people come to protein quite far away. So I think we'll probably be doing some local kind of billboard at our local area, and just connect them all somehow by doing video or online thing. I don't know, but it's pretty hard to know how to do it here. But yeah, we're planning something.
Mark and me are planning to go to London.
No, you're not. No, stop.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
You're not supposed to be even talking about that on air.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We
No,
do it.
no. This is all satire.
Yeah. We're going to Amsterdam, and we're going to New York, and we're going to yeah, right.
No, it's going to Amsterdam, but you think that you're going to New York, but really you're just still in Amsterdam.
We're going to Mars, okay?
Yeah, I'm not confirming or denying anything right now.
Where the fuck are you?
Back. Oh my god.
Yeah, don't you remember? You remember when I was talking about, like, remember when Obama, was it ICANN or was it one of the main backbone DNS servers when they handed it over to, like, the EU or some other country? You remember that? It was when Obama was leaving.
They handed it over to the ICANN organization or whatever. Yeah.
Give it to the UN.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I was just baffled that the government was even in control of it.
The UN, it's all bullshit, you know. Before they agree on something, we are 10 years ahead, you know.
Except when it's putting in COVID restrictions everywhere.
Yeah, that's the only thing. But on the other stuff, it takes 10 years or longer to agree on something.
Oh, with them having control of the internet, you know, they could just fucking put up fucking COVID ads and just push COVID ads.
Buy your COVID today.
Dude, that's so weird. I was just thinking of the same thing. That's so weird. Oh man.
I mean, it's with them having all that control. I mean, they could make it so you just constantly get bombarded with COVID vaccines because you don't have it, and they know you don't have it, so they'll just keep on bombarding you with it.
Well, I don't give a shit because I don't want it. They can stick it somewhere where the sun doesn't shine. And if they don't know where, I will gladly point it out with the tip of my shoe.
Just say you're in the control group. You're just in the control group. There's got to be someone in the control group. I'm happy to be in that group as well.
Put me there.
It's like a giant fucking global experiment.
Yeah, well, the amount of vaccinations here pretty much halted. People are no longer getting like vaccinated, so they're getting worried now.
I wonder why you're gonna tell people they have to get fucking 5 different shots or 3 now, but you know.
Well, we're on the lowest level in the entire Europe. Like no one is wanting to get vaccinated anymore. So now they're getting scared of like a new wave or whatever. So yeah, going to be new restrictions.
That's just trying to push people to get the VC again. You know, they use this scarcity again.
Yeah, but
2 weeks to flatten the curve.
Oh, fourth wave is coming. Yeah. Right.
2 weeks.
It's not. It doesn't matter. Like that's what it's. The old one. The old VC does nothing for the new virus. That's what's been proven.
It didn't do
It has
anything
the
for
same
you.
viral load. Okay, so that's not entirely true. It reduces symptoms, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't make you immune
No,
at all.
it reduces symptoms.
No, yeah, it just reduces symptoms. They never guaranteed that you would never get it. So
Right.
So even if you have the VC, you still spread it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I opt for changing DNA.
cool. We
That-
get
that used to be
immune powers.
Well, that's the only way. That's the only way
Taboo.
you're actually going to not have the virus infect people and keep on mutating and everything else killing people, because it's operating off of what the DNA that it has in its sequence, right? So
Yeah, you just give. That's been the future of medicine for a long time, and biohackers have been, the kind of the frontiers on a lot of that shit, right now. But yeah, I mean, like all we need to do is just give the body a few set of instructions, like a computer code, and it fixes it on its own. That's been like, but we're a long way away from that,
Soon we will have.
Have you heard the theory that?
Right? I mean, who knows what they are doing with messing with people's DNA, RNA, or whatever,
Well, you know how you can't patent a natural one, and you can patent an artificial DNA, but you can't patent a natural DNA. So the question becomes, if you change your DNA compared to Pfizer or Moderna or whichever one, do you then become the property of that patent? Do you know, like, of that particular modified, artificial DNA? Because some people say you're a GMO, right? GMO human.
You're a GMO
Human
product.
2.0.
It's a good point. Actually.
Yeah.
If it changes you forever, maybe you will actually.
do I get superpowers? Because if I get superpowers, I mean, I'm on board.
Like I said, soon we have people with 3 legs and 4 arms.
Yeah, but that is transhumanism becoming reality, right?
Makes your penis bigger.
Yeah.
Then humans become the commodity. Have you guys followed Alison McDowell? I mean, where humans become the commodity and the energy device of the AI, and the kind of idea of, basically the elites playing a kind of sick computer game with humans as the commodity. And if Pfizer owns these ones and Moderna owns these ones and Johnson & Johnson owns these, and who knows what combinations bring, because you're allowed to have one from one company and then have a second one from a different company, right?
No, they're saying not to do that, from what I read.
Good.
Probably because they have no idea what the fuck it's gonna do. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that might be it. It's just insanity. It really is, and I mean, like.
You got to remember that human DNA was only first sequenced in the 90s. It took them about 30 years to map it out. We still don't understand all of it. We understand a lot of it.
No, that's not very good information there, Tyler. Because I'm thinking, like, how the fuck are we? How are we going to actually create immunity to this?
Well, that's what I'm saying. There are groups like Josiah Zehner, from the Project Odin, where he's been selling CRISPR kits, out of his house in Sacramento. There's a small group of people that are doing the hard work, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of dark research labs that are doing it, but the future of medicine lies in genetics, but we're not, the technology and the understanding of it is not all quite there yet.
Right.
I think the whole C19 issue, it would solve itself, because there will come a generation that will get immune for that virus. Nature always finds a way, right?
Thought we weren't allowed to talk about natural immunity.
No.
It doesn't exist anymore, does it? I
Immune
didn't think it did.
systems?
I thought it was just
We
a
have
fiction.
those?
You can't go there like. Okay, I have to do the disclaimer. We're not giving medical misinformation.
Oh, actually,
no.
she's right. Actually, my dad used to say this all the time. For every disease that is out there, this is by design. There is somebody that is immune to it. Like there's even, they've had over the years, they've had people who are naturally immune to the HIV virus, and they've tried to get these people blood and figure out how it works, and they haven't been able to master it into a medicine. But there are people, but this is the problem when you have people who have natural immunities. You're just dealing with such large data sets that you're never going to have the manpower to go through a fine comb to find them all.
Have you heard that the HIV virus hasn't actually been linked to the AIDS condition? Have you heard that kind of rabbit hole?
AIDS is a symptom of HIV, but that's only after your T cell count goes pretty much down to
But
zero.
I don't think they've isolated or purified it in the same way that hasn't happened with COVID. It's more like two fragments of real with computer code or whatever in between.
I don't know.
You don't die on HIV, you die on the other diseases that are taking over, because your immune system is...
Most people do not die of HIV. Yeah, you're right.
But what I understood was that Fauci is complicit in killing a bunch of people with his retrovirus drugs, actually, that they were doing the harm to the immune system and not the other way around. I mean, obviously there was something there in the first place, but there's even an argument that viruses are just the fragments of proteins. They're not alive. They're just the things released from a cell when it is sick. And instead of looking at the actual sickness, we're just looking at the byproduct.
You're right. Viruses are not alive. They're kind of like robots. Right. That's all they do is replicate.
Yep. They take over a cell and they replicate and replicate and replicate and so on and so on. But most of the people who died on HIV is mostly died on AIDS is mostly pneumonia and various cancers and everything. Because the immune system is weak. It's damaged.
Right, it weakens because HIV completely destroys somebody's immune system and weakens it to the point where you could die of a common cold.
Yeah, most people from HIV die from either complications towards it. But most people that have HIV now are not dying anymore due to the medicines that are out. As long as you stay on your meds, even PrEP, they've been giving to homosexually curious men. The doctors have been recommending they get PrEP, and this has been stopping people from getting pretty sick. So I mean, we've come a long way, with that virus, but it took many decades to get there. Where we are with COVID, this is new.
Nowadays, you can get quite old with HIV. If you are HIV positive, they have not medicines to cure it, but suppress it, right? They can suppress it for a certain amount of time.
Well, almost indefinitely. We see HIV patients die of old age. It's not as common to see them in the hospital at the end.
Exactly. And I think the same with C19. It's just a matter of time, and we find something against it. But like I said, we as part of nature, we adapt to our environment as well. And that's why I said maybe there are in the future people who have a natural immunity for C19, because they adapt. They adapted to the situation, like we all do. I mean, that's evolution, right?
Alex, did you mean that paper by Peter Duisberg? From the University of
Yeah, I'm not sure who. I'm not good with names. Not good with names, but I just remember watching it about it.
Okay, it was from the University of California and it was published in an Italian journal of anatomy and embryology. It was peer reviewed, and it denies a link between HIV and AIDS.
Yeah, well, there's a wonderful channel. She's actually been threatened with her licensing as a doctor in New Zealand, but Dr. Sam Bailey has done some amazing work. One of her recent videos is called Dogma or Science, and there's also one on terrain theory. But there is a whole travesty surrounding the whole HIV and the science behind it that does, and a lot. And if you're in academia and you dare speak out about this topic, it's a little bit like the drug that won't be named that seems to be 90% effective, you know. But in the same way, she's experienced that. Are we allowed to say that? No. Jason Bermuth is always saying that he's going to get banned for if he uses the word. And I've got this lovely channel, Thomas Sheridan in Ireland. I don't know if you've ever checked him out. He's got quite a beautiful spiritual way about dealing with the brainwashing. And he always calls it needlecraft. He's got all these like alternate names that he uses as he goes through his, just to not get banned on YouTube because he's already onto his third backup channel.
Well, it is interesting because these scientists who peer-reviewed it, one of them actually says this scientist is called Paolo Romagnoli, an expert in cell anatomy at the University of Florence, Italy. He says he decided to review the paper because the original was withdrawn not for flawed or falsified data, but for highly controversial opinions. Right? So it was withdrawn just because it said something that shocked them, and that's very interesting dealing with what we're dealing with now, right? With the whole COVID thing.
Well, one would say that's not science.
Yeah, but all the data in it was valid. Just it said something that they didn't expect. So
exactly.
That's why they it. And that's what we're dealing with now sometimes too with the COVID stuff. Like you have all the valid data and you have but you're saying something the establishment doesn't agree to, so they're deleting your YouTube or whatever, right? And
Was it Carrie Mullis who actually was one person who he was made to do some kind of research, and one of the first statements in the paper that he was fact checking was and checking the sources was HIV AIDS is caused by the HIV virus, and so he went to try and find a primary source, and then he went around the whole office and tried to ask everyone else, and they were like, oh no, don't worry, you don't have to prove that. But then he was like, no, that's not science. I'm going to keep digging. And so he kept digging, and what he found was that it hadn't been linked, and it hadn't been purified or isolated, and that, there had been a whole controversy behind that. And that the question was now, had there been harm done through the, some other means that we can't figure out? I don't know, but I'm not an expert.
But, yeah, the HIV virus attacks your T cells, which does kill your immune system. I'm just thinking, I don't know exactly the scientific heuristics about what specifically, but killing parts of your immune system will create a syndrome where you're not able to fight off your own thing. But as far as that is interesting that that nobody's actually kind of looked into that. That's very weird.
From what I understand.
Well, if you're in academia, you're not allowed to mention it. I mean, you really would lose your career immediately if you even tried to theorize against the virus hypothesis. And that's why I was saying that the hypothesis is that, that these are the fragments, these are the byproducts of an illness that we're still not looking at what the real root cause is of, because we're just reacting to the byproduct of it. But I'm not an expert. Go and check out Dr. Sam Bailey. She is an amazing voice, talks with Rainer Fulmich and a whole bunch of other people around the world who, the New Zealand Doctors SOS, it's nzdsos.com, is another, about 29,000 medical professionals and doctors who've signed a statement there, and there's a lot of information. It's really worth checking out Sam Bailey's channel, I really do think.
From what I understood, the HIV comes from It's actually a mutation from the SIV, the simian immune deficiency, blah blah blah, something. So it comes from apes, right?
Yeah, but there are also some other stories about that part. So because there are also some, you can say conspiracy theories, but there were the claims made that it escaped from a lab, right? And it was shipped by accident on polio vaccines to Africa, and that is how it spread there. It was released.
And that part of that sequence makes up the genome, the sequence of what we're dealing with as well. That there are parts of HIV in it, or at least fragments of it.
Yeah, we found out early on already. We covered that on ABB too, like early on during the outbreak. And they were actually, in India, they were very successful fighting it by using 2 anti-HIV medicines. So, yeah.
Yeah, who was?
So did you remember the story about the Australian vaccine that they had to get rid of it because people were testing positive for HIV after it?
What the
It
hell?
got shelved. Yeah, seriously, that was way early. That was before any vaccine had been released.
Yeah, but you mentioned Gary
Mullis.
You mentioned Gary Mullis, and he invented the PCR test, and it was actually designed to detect AIDS, right, or HIV, by him back then.
Yeah, but he said it's not a diagnostic tool, and it's never been designed to be used in the way it has. And we know that the CDC has withdrawn it anyway because it couldn't tell the difference between live or dead, nor CV versus any other flu or cold or, down the line. It can't tell the difference. And that's why I question now, how do they know whether it's Delta? That's what I'd like to know. What is the test that tells them?
Did the case happen in the state of Florida? I'm pretty sure that's it, honestly.
But yeah,
so they can say, "Oh, the Delta variant is ravaging Florida," because I hear that all the time. But it's like,
yeah, but when is it even a variant? Because like viruses like mutate like so many times, like maybe like thousands of times a week.
Every host, every new host, there will be a. They're like it's like having a copy machine, and when you make a copy of a copy, it's different than the original one. That's we have slight differences from host to host.
And also usually
copies within the cell, right? So part of the DNA of the cell also gets in the new virus, right?
Yeah, but usually when it mutates, it doesn't get stronger. It just makes it mutates to be able to survive. So
some mutations are help whatever the virus is, and some don't.
Yeah.
What I understood, the Delta variant is less severe but more infectious, right?
Yeah, because it's built to survive. Like it adapts to survive better. When you put it in like a different temperature region, for example, it adapts to the new temperature, but it adds like a new part code to it to adapt to that temperature, but it removes a part of the other code that makes it like more hostile, whatever.
Well, that would also be directly related to the genetics of the host, due to them, be living in that environment for their several, hundreds of generations. Yeah.
Like I said, part of the because it replicates within the cell, it also copies a part of the DNA of that cell, right? Where it copies itself, right?
Yeah, that's all a virus does, is it just replicates itself. Yeah, and the process destroys the host or parts of the host. It just depends on what specifically it's attacking. Like when you have Ebola will liquefy your organs.
By the way, COVID, by the way, is not. It doesn't have DNA. By the way, it's an RNA virus, right? That's why they're using an.
I'm not a viral expert,
No, but that's
sorry.
Yeah, no, but
then the RNA can change your DNA, isn't that right?
Yeah, but the virus itself is RNA, right? And that's why they're using the modified RNA things to, combat.
That theory for an RNA vaccine is not new. Like everybody keeps on saying it's new. No, they've been fucking around with that in research labs since like the 70s. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
There's 73 pre-2004 patents for containing the same sequence as well.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Dr. Martin stuff?
Josiah Zahner made a COVID vaccine in his house, right? And he tested it on himself, and I'm not sure what he did to test to sure if it was efficient. But I remember it was so controversial. The next day, he lost his YouTube account.
But
He's the guy. Yeah, he's a biohacker and sells genetically modding kits and all sorts of stuff. And he used to work for NASA. But yeah, the guy's really ahead of his time. But yeah, the guy made his own COVID vaccine and got his YouTube account killed.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
No, messing with somebody's DNA or RNA, that's fucking wrong, you know, because you don't know what the end result will be, you know.
Well, that's why he tests everything on himself. He doesn't test on anybody else. That's been his MO since he started doing it. He tests all of the things on himself. Nobody else.
You can create diseases. You can create, you can create something that you don't want to create, and
he made some. Yes, he has made some mistakes. I remember he said with that jellyfish CRISPR experiment, he said was a mistake where he tried to make himself superhuman. But
well, they should stop playing God, right? They should, that doctors and scientists have kind of a.
Well, that's the unfortunate thing is that if medicine, modern day medicine is still in its infancy, we're at the pill, internal chemistry, you get better. Okay, that only works for so long. Now we're at this point where the medicines, we're having leaps and bounds in other aspects of medicines, but we're not actually curing anything. We are putting Band-Aids on bleeding wounds, treating the symptoms, the patient gets to live longer, but what medicine is the next gradual leap is to have the body be able to heal itself on its own permanently. And that's kind of the future of where it goes, of where it's going. But
the question is it ethically right? Because
isn't that natural immunity?
It would be natural immunity, and it would be in your offspring's of your offspring because your DNA would have been altered.
Speaking of, a real quick quote from a World Economic Forum video. They said about kind of the whole mRNA thing, they said, we're talking about redesigning organisms, not just editing genomes, but also writing a new code for life. We'll have right-level permissions. We already started to see some of that this year. COVID-19 vaccines, they make use of engineered code in the form of the mRNA vaccines.
Believe it or not,
that's just a quote from the World Economic Forum I stumbled across.
Believe it or not, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that stuff that happens in our developmental part of our life, or the things where you've used crystal meth for 15 years, or you're in a high hostile environment, or you're constantly exposed to bacteria or some sort of weird thing, that it does change your DNA to a certain degree. So, like, so if you're like a heavy avid drug user and constantly getting sick, at some point you are modifying your DNA to some degree. But
whether you want to be modified by a natural one or by, in the community, which you'll get all 9 proteins that you'll get immune to, as opposed to just one spike protein, or vice versa,
But the thing is, is it ethically right to make the people, humans, quote unquote, immoral?
Well, that's a philosophical question, but.
Yeah, but using a computer code.
Medicine's based on science.
We are built by nature to die eventually. The problem with that, when we live longer, is overpopulation.
Actually, you have it wrong. You're actually born to procreate and then die. You're to pass on your genetic code.
Yeah, but what you get when we live longer and longer and longer, what you're gonna get is an overpopulation of people.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That argument is completely invalid. And I've talked to many doctors over the years with that overpopulation thing. And believe it or not, nature has a great way. Every so many years, there'll be some weird, like we had the Black Death, killed like 60% of Europe. We had the Spanish flu, which we still see I believe, I might be wrong on this, but most of the flus that we see every season are derivatives, at least now, of the old Spanish flu.
Why is a larger population even a problem? We're not even living on the ocean.
Exactly. If you've ever traveled around the world, and I have, there is large spaces of open land that is just undeveloped. That's the issue. The world could hold.
Not space is the problem, but food shortage,
but
pollution.
That's not true too. I mean, America produces so much amount of food that they throw away like 50% of it.
Yeah, we're not living on the oceans. We're not using these desaltation methods yet for clean drinking water.
All the farms are using.
We could do urban agriculture. We could do urban agriculture in the cities. Like you can even shade a building and shade it on the sunny face so it doesn't overheat, and you can have vegetables on Ferris wheels up and down the facade, which provides shading. As long as it's not in a polluted area, you can do so much stuff. You know, you can put mushrooms on the side of motorways and suck up all the pollutants. You can do fuckloads of stuff with natural products. So.
Mark, who was that guy we had on the show? Remember the urban farmer? He was doing stuff like that. Remember the weird guy? Old one about the urban. He had that farm in like the city.
Is it Ice Age farmer kind of person, or?
Yeah, something, and he has a farm in the city, and he'll set up one for anybody who wants one. And what else does he do? He does a lot of weird stuff. Not kind of weird, just like cutting edge, hippie, new age kind of thinking stuff. But I mean, it's a good concept. Anybody can go to the farm. Anybody can pick. Anybody can do what they want. I don't remember his name.
No, me neither. But it's just actually we can bring more of these people on. I mean, it's very good. But I have one more question about the whole transhumanism thing, and that is like if you start editing the DNA of people and you consider them like transhumans, at what point in time are you going to lose your human rights? Because we
already have. The rights we have are illusions.
Yeah,
on
because
paper.
you're no
They don't
longer.
actually exist.
I mean, because you're no longer human, right?
You know,
Only if we give them authority, only if we give the governments authority. We just need to create our own system and reject it. That's what I think, anyway.
Well, they have the.
Or you have to create a transhuman rights charter or something, right?
Right, Mark? On what point we're gonna lose our humanity?
You already did.
I mean, we keep on altering ourselves. At what point are we still classified as human?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Can we even still legally have our human rights if we're no longer human? If you take this vaccine and it edits your DNA, are you still like 100% human? I mean, it's a strange question to ask, but I mean, everything is possible today. So.
You're a GMO product.
Yeah. Like, I mean, the Monsanto owns like a genetically modified pig too, right? You have like the patent on that pig, and they can do whatever they want with that pig. Like some kind of like pig with extra meat on it.
Does it have 6 legs?
No, but it's real. It really has a patent on a pig. They have a pig that they created, this pig, and it has extra meat on it.
Didn't they also clone a sheep? Or something
They
like
do that with chicken too, where it's like they'll get the chickens that have like a lot more meat on their wings, and that's what they use in like wing stores and KFC and shit.
But I know that there was a cloning project where they cloned a sheep.
No, they have a lot of clone in South Korea.
Yeah, they were also mixing sheep and spider DNA, and they were able to make a sheep have wool that was stronger than Kevlar.
Oh yeah. I've read that before.
Yeah, but in South Korea, you can just clone your pet. When you buy a pet, you can clone a pet, and they raise your pet. You can pay a lot for it. They will raise like the clone of your pet, right? And when your pet dies, you can buy the clone from them.
Yeah, you can do it. It costs about like 50,000. Starting at 50,000. Yeah.
Okay, so what if I have a dangerous, exotic pet, like say like a lion or a tiger? How much will they charge?
They've actually. I think some of those places have actually done it, but I'm pretty sure that would be a lot more.
They will charge you more if it's a big animal and it needs a lot of food, so that's when they charge you.
So what if it's one that's small but still poisonous? What if I wanted to clone a box jellyfish?
And why don't they clone endangered species? That people, those species that are almost extinct. Do something useful with it then.
Well, they should start that one animal that they've had interest in the medical community should be cloned to shit. It's the Ztol. It's the one that exists in. It's an underwater lizard that lives in.
I know which one you're talking. They're so adorable.
The reason they want
Axolotl, I think.
Yes, the only reason they want to keep the species alive is because it doesn't matter what part of the animal you cut off, it will grow another part of that body. That's why I'm almost positive about that. Like if it cuts off its arm, it regrows its arm. You cut off its leg, it regrows its head. I think the only way to really kill it is by causing damage to the organs. But yeah,
some lizards can do that, right? If they lose the tail.
Yes, but not multiple limbs. That's something that's kind of unique to that species.
What if you cut off its head? Does it regrow its head?
Oh, like I said, organs, the brain would be dead. The body would die. It doesn't. DNA still needs a battery source.
I don't know, man. You cut off a worm's head and it fucking grows and fucking its body will still wiggle.
Well, their body chemistry is completely different than us. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's only there has to be some sort of digestive system. I'm not sure what for the cardiovascular. If it has
picture, is it a real picture of the thing?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm not sure if you're actually cutting off the head, though. AK, I think the tail just.
I think it looks like an alien. I'm just saying that looks like an alien. You want to know where alien life is? Right there.
Well, they're
That's
endangered.
what I'm saying. There's so much interest. That does not look any more alien than your standard angler fish. In fact, that is much more cuter than an angler fish.
It looks a little bit like mudkips. What the hell?
It does. It does. It does look like a mudkip. Yeah, it does.
It does.
Now we know where you got your idea, Nintendo. Now we know. Now you're fucked. But don't sue us.
But yeah, mixing spider with each other, spider sheep. Nah, nah.
Oh, God.
That's not what it means, Ted.
You just talk that one to 5 seconds because you would get a copyright strike.
Didn't our guest have some important things to share with us, or I wasn't sure.
Oh, AK, you should mention some the stuff you just sent me in DM, by the way.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I was just sharing it with you too. But so Presearch has now we actually had Callum Pape on the show before and interviewed him and everything about him suing Google and for search manipulation and everything. Presearch is now the default search engine on Android phones in Europe. Pretty fucking huge.
Yeah, that's really good news.
Blockchain-based. That's a blockchain-based search mechanism that is now included in as default in all Android phones. That's insane. That's a big push. And now you can actually earn for using search. I mean, you search and you can earn research tokens for doing it. And Colin Pape's been a friend of mine for many years. So I wanted to highlight this and say what an incredible job that he's done. And I don't know how he pulled this off, but kudos to him, because now Presearch is going to be seen by millions and millions of people in Europe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's great news for him, right? And I mean, he worked on it for a lot of years now. So it's been like two years ago or something we had him on the show.
Longer than that, man. About 3 years ago we had him on the show. We should get him to come back on again and talk to us. And
well, yeah, what he's doing was kind of revolutionary. You know, it's like gathering. Well, you know what he's doing takes a lot of time to do, and I'm kind of glad. Yeah, exactly. Somebody needed to do it. So,
yeah, with a real alternative to Google that's actually valuable for normal people.
Exactly.
And Google's admitting it. That's what the crazy thing is. Google is admitting it, and Google has made Presearch be the default search engine in all Android phones throughout Europe. So if it happened in Europe, it's probably going to happen here in the U.S. too. The way I see it.
It's a strange business move, don't you think? I mean, Android is made by Google. It's like
right, but that's why they're doing it, because they said that in Europe they said that it was a monopoly for them to push Google search engine on people instead of allow competitors.
Yeah, so in that sense, they're not pushing like a big competitor like Bing or whatever. They're pushing like this thing, I guess.
This is better than Bing.
Yeah,
it
I
was
know it's
developed.
better, but I mean, like,
It was also developed by one of the engineers that worked at Bing. So, yeah, I mean, like, it's huge. Big news. And Presearch, the token has shot up in value. If you bought this thing when I told people to buy, you're probably sitting pretty happy with probably like a six-figure fund right now, just for putting in $500 at the time when I told you to.
Should have listened to the cat if you didn't.
God damn it! I didn't do it.
You didn't listen. You didn't listen to the non-financial advice cat on the internet.
Nope.
Just a cat. This is not financial advice. Just a cat.
Well, you know me. I always make bad decisions and sell everything before, and then it pops up the next day. Yeah.
You know, every single prediction this guy makes about crypto is actually becoming reality, right?
Yeah. Right now, I'm just dumping money into like random coins, and hopefully, I'll get a winner. Not touching
I just made probably about $5,000 this week alone on various different projects. I mean, Solana's running like crazy. That's a pretty big one. Solana's a good one to get into. Cardano, you know. But Presearch right now, it's under $100 million market cap. If you don't think that this is going to keep going up, I don't know what else to tell you. They literally are now basically the default search engine for Android phones. Like, that's fucking huge. So, Presearch, ticker pre. It's up now. It started at 5 cents and now it's at 24 cents. I would not buy now. That's all I got to say. I'd wait for a dip, wait for that dip, and then buy. But I would not buy right now. It's at an all-time high. Well, not all-time high, but high. A higher high right now. But yeah, fucking massive, huge. Huge! I was telling people to buy this shit. I was telling people to buy this shit when it was under a penny. What the fuck is that?
Ed, really?
Where's that snoring? Where's snoring in the chat?
It's just crickets.
Oh, there's a. I forgot that Brazil and Chile were in the title. So what's going on there?
Well,
I just,
Brazil, next to what all is going on there with the protests, there's also an issue going on with the local tribes. They're getting pushed out of their reserves by miners, and gold miners. And to make things worse, Bolsonaro wants to push through a law where all the reserves in the Amazons are not longer protected, So the gold miners can do whatever they want. They can fuck up the whole rainforest there,
Yeah, basically Brazil is doing what the United States went through at the turn of the century, and the sad part is that Brazil is not is siding with the resource companies rather than saving their own environment.
yeah.
Yeah, I know that I saw it on the news recently that there's a tribe called. Wait, I have to look it up for a second because I don't want to pronounce it wrong. Damn it! This Yanomami tribe in Brazil, and they are protesting now against the government taking land from them because it's their reserve, it's their territory. And of course, next to the damage they do to the rainforest, like cutting down trees and strip mining the whole area there. There's also a big issue with pollution there.
The Amazon is completely polluted. That's what I've heard from years. It's been like decades now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because gold mining also they use a lot of dangerous chemicals.
Sulfuric acid. They use sulfuric acid and other acids, and then instead of washing it or putting it in a container and disposing of it properly, they just dump it into the fucking river.
And mercury, of course, because they use mercury as well, right?
Yes, mercury too. Yeah, that too.
And that will have a huge impact on the rainforest as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, the problem with mercury is not necessarily people getting it, but the problem is that mercury, we even have this problem with seafood, is that the bottom feeders will eat it, and then somebody will eat the bottom feeders, and they get the mercury inside of them, and then it just goes up the food chain, because mercury is heavy element, and it will spread from whatever organism has ate that organism who ate the mercury, so...
Yeah, your body doesn't get rid of it. It just stores it.
Never. Yeah, it stores it. Same with lead. Same with lead.
Yeah. And with lead poisoning, it is even worse because you go slowly insane, from what I heard.
Lead poisoning, or I don't know. I'm not too familiar with. You don't hear about it any in the last 50, 60 years. Yeah.
With mercury, I think the higher up the food chain, the more it concentrates, the higher up the food chain, isn't it? So if you're just talking about the seaweed or the algae or something, it's not so bad. But when you start having the salmon or the tuna or I guess the things that are at the top of the food chain, then it starts to be a problem.
Well, because the mercury doesn't go anywhere, but what happens as you move, up the food chain and up trophic levels, the number of actual organisms decreases. So, there's going to be millions of times more, shellfish than say great white sharks. So so because the amount of mercury stays the same, it just concentrates.
But
The problem with mercury is it always starts off at the with the bottom feeders in the seafood because they're the ones who always eat it. But we're talking about crustaceans, lobsters, what's the fish in the fresh waters that eat the shit. I don't know what they're
Catfish?
called. Yeah, catfish. There you go. And these are a lot of different animals' food. So we're starting with the basics. That's why it's always a problem with seafood.
But the problem is that Bolsonaro is now, ruling in favor of the gold miners, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing is that the way that they're not even like the mining operations they got going on in Brazil. Like none of them have any sort of EPA standard or they're not doing anything by the book. It's slam bam, thank you, ma'am. Let's not dispose of this. Let's just dump all of the chemicals into the fucking river. Nobody will know, and then we'll destroy the land so that's uninhabitable. And you know what I mean? That's basically what they've been doing for a very long time in Brazil.
Yep, and that I mean, you're talking about football fields of rainforest getting.
Didn't they have like a gold mine operation in Ireland that they had to like shut down like some area for like a very long time because the chemicals got into the water supply that they were using to clean the gold?
Not sure. I have to do research on that one. But yeah, I know that gold mining is creating a lot of pollution as well. But yeah, the people don't learn from history. I mean, again, indigenous people have to suffer for the rich industry, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, and that's the part about Brazil is there are still tribes that have no contact with modern people, and the problem with that is a lot of these people don't have immunity to anything. Like that tribe they have in in the Indian Ocean, the one that's been living like the way that they've been living for like the last 50 or 60,000 years. They don't even they've been living on an island in the middle of nowhere. There's several reasons why they don't let people visit these people. It's because they don't have any immunities to anything.
The same with the Indians.
Honestly, if they're that remote and they have no exposure or contact with any other tribes or any other people, and this has been going on for thousands of years, yes, they would have no immunities to anything.
Yeah, well, that's what happened to the Aboriginal Australians. They just got absolutely slaughtered by all the new diseases, not to mention the alcohol, the sugar, all the other things that were introduced when, Captain Cook arrived.
Exactly.
Weapons.
The same with the Native Americans, they were actually just living there, and when the settlers came, they brought all the disease.
Yes, most of them died from smallpox and malaria and all that other shit. But mostly smallpox. They actually
wasn't that because they passed blankets over to them with smallpox on the blanket?
They believe this. They did it on purpose. Yes, that was a tactic. Yeah. They would say that if they didn't get converted with the missions with the Spanish, that they would that it was their fault because they didn't convert to Christianity and stuff like that. But yeah, it was a tactic.
Yeah, that happened in Australia too. And apparently, one crazy story I heard was that there was a Hungarian deckhand or something on the ship, and when they went onto the land, they actually found that they could understand some Aboriginal languages because they had a Hungarian Magyar basis to them. And as soon as the ship people found that out, that's when they passed blankets of smallpox over and killed them off. And I mean, they've been doing that in Australia ever since.
because my dad was from Hungary, and they he's always told me that the Hungarian language, they don't know the origin of it, that and Finnish, because it's not
Finnish,
like any other language. It's not like any other language in the area.
The crazy thing is, Finnish people can understand Hungarian. It's so mad.
True. Some words are similar.
What you said with diseases, actually, the Japanese were doing the same in the Second World War. Look up Unit 731, which was biological warfare. What the Japanese were experimenting with. They were actually handing out blankets to, I think it was China, with diseases in it.
There's also Project 112, which is the U.S.
Yep. So they're doing
Project
it.
Shad. It was known as Project Shad. Shad with an S-H-A-D. You can look it up.
Yeah, I know. Just for that the Japanese was doing it also in the Second World War, and it's Unit 731 that was doing that. It was biological warfare. What they were doing.
Yep.
They were handing out blankets to the Chinese. What the heck?
What's going on there?
Oh my glory.
Glory!
I'm sorry.
Your pocket's making too much noise.
I know, my headphones probably got caught in my hair.
Something like that.
Don't put your microphone up your, you know where. It sounded like that. But yeah, so they are doing it over and over and over again, and now they are doing, the same what they did with the Native Americans. They are doing now in Brazil, pushing out the natives from their own land.
Yeah, and that was the other story that I was mentioning from Chile that was via Whitney Webb, who hasn't been there for a long time, but I believe her child is part indigenous from an area in Chile where she was describing the lockdowns and the way you have to go to the police just to go out for 2 days, every 2 days or something. But she was saying that because of maybe rare minerals or I don't know, something that's useful, that they've been trying to get the indigenous people out of their land as well for that purpose. So I was just relating that story, but it is quite old story. You might have covered it before.
Mm-hmm. I think Whitney even said that they were declaring them a terrorist threat almost, that specific indigenous group. I don't quote me on that, but I think she might have said something along the lines of that.
Yeah, well, it was in all the context of when we were all being called domestic terrorists, right? I think, yeah, that whole discussion was going on around that time at the same time. But any kind of dissent is domestic terrorism.
I mean, that's what they're calling the Palestinians as well. The terrorists, right? Quote unquote terrorists. Because they are just defending themselves. But yeah, it's easy to call somebody a terrorist.
You know what surprised me about Palestine in the last month? Remember after the month-long bombing attack, Egypt shut down the supply chain in Rafah with them, and I don't know why. So that was kind of weird, because that was like the only place that they were getting supplies in. So I don't know.
I'm not sure if Glory, because she follows me on Twitter. I'm not sure if she saw that tweet that I made, because I was responding to somebody who were calling the activists, like anti-Semites, because we are against the Jews, and I kind of go against that and corrected him, like, oh, wait a minute, we are against the state of the state of Israel, not against the Jews, right? I mean, we are against the state of Israel and their politics and suppressing the Palestinians. But that doesn't mean that we are anti-Jews, right?
It's a Jewish state.
Yeah, they play that card over and over and over again. If you have something against Israel as the state, not as oh, you're anti-Semite, and it's fucking pissing me off all the time.
It's an anti-Zionist, isn't it? And then there's Torah, and there's lots of different people who believe all sorts of different things in Israel. It's really about the government that runs them and the intelligence agencies that do what they do around the world.
Exactly, but like I said, I'm not against the Jews, I'm just against the state of Israel and their politics.
You're just against what they do.
Exactly. Which is suppressing the Palestinian people and pushing them out of their own land.
Definitely.
Awkward silence.
Have you seen the maps of disappearing Palestine?
That's why.
Have you seen the maps of disappearing Palestine? There's like 4 maps in a row, and you can see as it shrinks.
Yeah, the only thing I have with Palestine, and this is, and I'm Jewish too, and I support what Palestine is doing, but they need to, if they want to have serious peace talks, they need to get rid of Hamas. I'm sorry, I don't support Hamas.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough.
But you also have to look at it like this, right? Palestine doesn't have their own military, so Hamas is their military arm.
That is true, but they didn't need a foreign funded military group to be the. Why aren't their own citizens doing it?
I think a fair amount of the election.
Now you're getting to the
yes,
the dark questions there of who's funding Hamas.
Yes, I because I've been to Israel, dude. And I have people that are over there, But what I'm saying is that the Hamas never does anything in the interest of the Palestinian people. Yes, you see that, but when you're actually there, Hamas acts like a bully to the people of Palestine.
That's because they're guerrilla warfare.
Yeah.
They're guerrilla.
There's no doubt that they're corrupt, and the fact that the Muslim Brotherhood in general is one of the CIA's favorite pets. But I mean, I forgot who said it a couple minutes ago, but that's all Palestine has for a military.
Yes, but they have their own police, the Palestinian Authority. I mean, they could just militarize their own police. This is not very hard.
Right, but what has happened is they've been infiltrated, and they have these guerrilla warfare over there in Palestine, and these guerrilla warfare.
Then they don't. Then they don't want peace. Then they just want war.
It's not okay. So the same way you're saying that Hamas is not, or I'm sorry, you're saying that Israel is not all Jews.
No, it's not.
Hamas is not all Palestinians. So Hamas is there, and they're a group that has been funded to be over there. But who is funding them, and are they playing an opposition role?
But to be fair, Israel is also not really peaceful. I mean, they have a huge military, and they
absolutely not.
Huge military.
Didn't Hillary get caught bragging that she could fix the elections anyway? Didn't Hillary get busted on that? Wasn't that even a WikiLeaks?
Yes, in Pakistan it came out, wasn't through WikiLeaks, it was through a leaked audio recording of Hillary Clinton, and it said she said in the recording that she could fix the election for Pakistan. Yeah. we put that out on We Are Change in 2016, like right before the election. You know, probably about 1 or 2 weeks before we got our whole entire website hacked and everything removed. And I mean, that's significant because Alice Donovan worked there, who was supposedly a Russian spy agent that worked with us. So it's all significant. I'll say if the truth. I'll say the truth ever comes out about 2016. People would be very shocked.
Hey, just about Hamas again, real fast. You need to understand that you need to know a bit about the history of Hamas, right? Because that originates from a group that was called the Mujama al-Islamiyah, and it was in the 1970s, and it was officially recognized by Israel as a charity, and that's why they set up all these schools and libraries and stuff, and that became a very big organization. And then in 1987, when the first Intifada happened, 7 of their members launched Hamas. And so for the foundation of Hamas, you have to actually go back to the Israeli government allowing Mujama al-Islamiyah to be created and become big.
But the foundation, that's great with the foundation of it, but that's not the current day Hamas. That's not who's funding them. Who is funding this?
No, but it is created by these people, by these same people.
Right. I understand. I understand the history of where it was created and all of that, but it's more so who is funding the operations that's going on now, who is funding all of this, because that's what's going on. Is that it has been taken over. It has funding coming from elitists in various different countries.
It is back and forward violence because Israel is taking land again, and again you get a response, right? It's always action and reaction, and it will never stop like this. You know, it will never ever stop. This will be a never-ending war going on.
Yeah, especially if they have funding. Where's the funding coming from? That's the thing.
Yeah, well, I think what Tyler means with not supporting Hamas is it the fact that they are using violence and justifying violence against Palestinians back. That's kind of like what we're dealing with at protests, right? When they infiltrate our protests and they try to start throwing stones at cops while we're having a peaceful protest. They're justifying these cops beating the shit out of us because of that. And that's what they're doing to Palestinians too, these people from Hamas. They're using violence against a state they know is like 1,000 times more powerful than them. So they know what the effect is going to be. These people are going to target Palestinians.
Right.
I think it's also a case of a lot of Palestinians themselves make those calls for resistance, though, because they're also being starved and blockaded and cut off from the rest of the world. And it's like, they tried marching to the border fence and they got shot and massacred in the Great March of Return. So it's like, obviously we can't call for violence, but at the same time, I don't want to skirt over the fact that the Palestinian people actually want the resistance, because it's like that's their only negotiating point they have at this time.
Yeah.
Well, that's the conundrum. The conundrum is that they want resistance, right? Mm-hmm. And there's a group over there, so people can then join that group for resistance against Israel, right? But what they don't realize is that who is funding it, because that's
they've co-opted it. They've co-opted the whole language around resistance.
I don't think they really care who's funding the organization, because they have a resistance over there against Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they don't really care. They're not really looking at this as in a geopolitical way where they're saying, okay, these countries are funding us. Why are they funding us? Oh, they're creating a proxy war against Israel. And
this is what Alex said. You saw you have this map. It's actually 4 maps. You see 1948, somewhere I think in the 50s, somewhere in the 80s, and then now, and you see more and more Palestinians disappearing.
Yeah.
So,
But it's also so much more fragmented as well. Like it's not just that it's smaller; it's also just all segregated and separated by lots of other areas, which are boundaries. It just seems cruel. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that part is very hard to deny when you look at that map. I mean, it's been shared about on social media a lot, but I mean, no, but what I'm thinking is just like, are Hamas actually working in favor of the Palestinians, or are they set up to not work in favor of the Palestinians?
Exactly.
Well, it's just like anti-war protest. You're always going to get someone coming in and co-opting it in order to discredit it or make people fight within it and destroy it from within. That's just classic, ploy, isn't it? That's what always happens. It's the same.
Exactly. Yeah, you just hit the nail on the head there. That's what I was trying to get across, is that the organization was set up as, a resistance against Israel, but the money that's coming into this, they don't care about the resistance of Israel. They care about creating a proxy war in against Israel from Palestine, and that's what they care about doing.
Yeah, and the fact that Islamist benefits their narratives as well, because at the time of their founding, the main kind of quote-unquote leader of that first intifada was the PLO, which was secular. So it's like now you have this Islamist counter coming up that's very, very easy to narrative manage, because, unsurprisingly, their first charter in '88 was pretty fucking anti-Semitic. I mean, granted, the 2017 one is like not, but that's because they were modeled for political purposes.
Right. Well, that's the thing. I mean, it breeds people who want to join the resistance against Israel, because again, Palestine doesn't have their own military, but they work as their basically military arm. So
against Israel, the state, not the Jews, because like I said, they always play the anti-Semitic card, But like I said, we are not anti-Jew, we are anti-Israel, and people tend to mix that up,
Yeah, but then they go deeper and say, well, if you're anti-Israel and you want to blockade Israel and you want to boycott Israel, well, then you're going to damage our economy and you're going to damage our way of life with our people and blah, blah. That's what they go into.
Yeah, but fucking who? I mean, you're doing the same to Palestinians, right? They're blocking everything, and even food and everything.
They're
blocking
a fucking outdoor prison around Palestine. I mean, like...
The water, the healthcare, the not being able to go to a next village to see your loved ones that just because they live in the wrong area and you have to go through another area to get there. So people are so, we're all Palestinians, we're all Assange now, aren't we?
Yeah, but all the Israeli state needs to get support internationally is show proof that they're being attacked, right? And so any form of violence actually helps them. That's what I think about it, because they use it at the UN and whatever to say like, yeah, we are being attacked. If we don't defend ourselves and we don't have these policies of having armed guards on every street corner, we're going to be destroyed.
But on the other side, they are acting like bullies towards Palestine.
Yeah, but that's not what they're claiming, because they're saying like we only have like a few million people here. We're surrounded by all these dangerous Arab forces. There are many more people. We're surrounded by 1 billion Muslims. That's what they're saying.
Dangerous Arab states. That's a stereotype. Come on.
Yeah, but that's what they are saying. I mean, that's not what I'm saying. But I mean, that's what they are claiming there. They're saying that we only have a few million people. We're surrounded by 1 billion Muslims. States like Iran and whatever constantly looking to attack us and whatever, using what AK says proxy methods. That's their story, right? And to stop that, you need to remove the violence against them and beat them in that way. But
so
it's very different.
I'll ask you again.
Maybe you need to quit claiming that it's your promised land, and we can contest that first, because that's just a claim. And then maybe we can have a reasonable conversation about this, because this is weird.
I mean, they took the land, right? And that's what started the whole. They started with the violent act to take land without even have a valid claim on the land, right? I mean, the Palestinians were living there for I don't know how long, centuries.
Yeah, the British colonized the area. That is the thing. And the British handed it then over.
And at the UN didn't about 100 countries sign? In the UN, didn't 100 countries sign that they thought that the settlements, taking down the settlements, were illegal, and every country signed, and America did a veto, and obviously Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, because America is supporting Israel.
Yeah, but our own country, like Netherlands, is even more supportive of Israel than the Americans are. I mean, maybe not in vote, but in history. In history, they are. I mean, Americans even tried to block weapons transports from the Netherlands to Israel, and Netherlands just kept going. They didn't care about American opinions at all back then. They kept sending weapons and even F-16s to Israel when the Americans blocked that. They had to threaten the Netherlands to put full embargoes against us to stop it. So you're saying.
But it's annoying me that they keep playing the victim role, right? Oh, we are so poor because they are attacking us. Well, don't then they don't need to attack you, right?
No, it's just
don't have a religion that claims land that you wrote a book about, and then you won't have these problems. What are your religion?
And who make that claim? I mean...
Oh, come on. We know who makes that claim. They're called Jews. And they have a religion called Judaism.
Here we go.
Yeah, but...
Well, hey, tell me it's not true. Is there any... Did I say anything wrong that wasn't true?
No, I'm not saying that. I knew it would go here.
Yeah, well... So, who has the explaining to do?
Well, okay.
Who's making the claim? Who has the explaining to do?
Okay, we're dealing with the fact that this is also if you talk about Christianity, right? That has the Old Testament also as a basis that that's the major religion in the entire West. So if the West follows that policy, religious policy, they're not going to give it up, right? If you argue that,
prove to me that what in the Bible says is right, and I will believe. But for me, it's just one big storybook.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the Bible also says that they can't harm other people and stuff, right? So, if you would take it literally, that wouldn't be like that. But it is, we're talking about political movement, political Zionism, with Theodore Herzl and stuff. I personally don't think they care very much about holy books, but that's my opinion.
But also in the Quran, by the way, just you can't hurt each other, and that women and men are equal, right? It also says in the Quran.
It says in all these holy books, so and you can't even murder people, so that shouldn't even apply in any of these situations. Everyone is equal, including Palestinians, right?
So you're saying I should be able to murder people?
No one can be murdered. You end up in very bad places when you're there and stuff.
A good Talmudist or a Kabbalist would think that.
I see.
You're not allowed to do anything anymore nowadays.
Can't do anything fun.
Damn it, I can't murder people anymore.
Put your mask on and go sit at home.
Yep. That's the only thing that
if I'm at home, do I really need the mask?
Indoors.
Oh, AK, you're not wearing your mask right now? How does it feel to be a grandma killer?
Well.
Tyler, you're back.
That's what
Yeah, I'm back. I'm in my car.
Okay.
Oh yeah, damn, yeah.
I was making
Well,
the
yeah,
argument for you
where-
when you were gone. Just saying.
Do I have to make wear a mask when I'm having sex? Though?
Have you locked your door in your car? That's all. I just checking for you, buddy.
What? I'm not living in my car.
I didn't say live in your car.
Oh.
I said, have you locked your car door?
Oh yeah, remember? Oh yeah, when I got robbed on the air. Yeah, no, I do lock it even when I'm sitting in it parked. Yeah, ever since that shit, that fucking scared me. That's why I left Chicago. I got fucking robbed in my own car on the show. That's weird.
Sounds like he's talking over the phone or something. You know? Oh my god.
I mean,
got
at
off
least
pretty-
you got a dumb robber who didn't even try to take your phone. Like,
I mean, it was pretty easy. You only had to like pay him like $10, right, Tyler? I mean,
Yeah,
that was a nice
about
robbery.
about $10. No, I told him, you're not getting my phone, you're not getting my wallet, you're not getting the car. I'll just give you $10 and just get the fuck out of here. I won't call.
Oh, yeah, because that works with robbers.
I mean,
He was only about 14, and his gun was so teeny. It looked like a little fucking James Bond 22. But I don't
You
think
got robbed by a 14-year-old. Nice.
he was shaking. I mean, he was scared. He was because I caught him, you know, and he thought he was. And I think $10 to a 14-year-old might be a lot of money. But hey, with Chicago, I guess you know it's a crazy city.
hey, but you never said he was only 14. There was like this huge biker guy robbing you. I thought.
You should have said that. You should have said it was some like some badass dude with like coming at you with a machete and an AK-47.
The guy from the actual movie, Machete. That guy.
But I mean, a 14-year-old with a pistol is just as dangerous to me as a big, strong guy with a pistol. It's the same.
You should have said it was a Florida man.
one guy could just fuck you over the head
With a
with
bazooka, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger with a bazooka.
Okay, a 14-year-old with a gun might actually be more dangerous. Actually.
Yeah. Well, he was shaking. It was making me nervous. You know, when he had the gun in his hand. I was like, damn, he's gonna fucking shoot me on accident.
Well, it wasn't getting robbed on air.
Yeah, I got robbed. Everybody thought it was a joke.
I know we haven't had so much crazy shit happen to this show. We got hacked twice too, right?
Hacked while we were broadcasting, remember? And I said they got mad because I said that's a good hack, and then they got mad because I wasn't angry. Then I got hacked. I don't know. It was a good hack.
Why is it always Tyler?
I don't know. Karma, yeah.
Is Tyler the one that fell asleep too, or?
But I actually fell asleep once on the show, but you didn't notice, I think.
Yeah, Kevin fell asleep and started snoring on the show. That was hilarious.
I think every single person on here fell asleep at least once.
Mark had us live for 4 or 5 hours.
Oh no!
Do you remember that one guy who was on the show and he went into a complete blackout and didn't even know he was swallowing Xanax? Remember, all of a sudden he started talking about bacon out of nowhere and he got really violent. It was the most bizarre shit. You remember that guy?
What?
Yeah. Yeah, some guy had like a blackout. He was popping pills while he was on the show and went into a blackout. We were talking about something, and then he started talking about bacon, like, randomly, and, like, we're asking him why he's getting more violent and threatening us. And that was, like, the last time he was on the show.
Yeah, I just fell asleep.
What?
Yeah, we had a guy that was, like, gonna be, like, the new host. And, it's like when the show was still new. And, he fucking... he was popping Xanax and went into a blackout, and then started talking about bacon, and then started getting violent. Yeah,
Wait. So when you started asking him why are you talking about bacon, he started getting violent?
Yeah, he was in a complete blackout. He didn't remember any of that.
Oh my god!
Hey, man.
Criticize my bacon.
We had so many announced come and go on this show, like so many. Must be like 50.
Weird.
When D-Man came in.
The Fandy Man.
Remember we had that Australian guy who said he hacked the NSA? That was hilarious. Yeah, I don't think he did. I don't think he ever did that.
Yeah, if I hacked the NSA, I wouldn't exactly be saying it on a live stream.
Why not?
No, wait. Little disclaimer, we are not the real Anonymous. We are not hackers. We are just people talking with each other, right?
This is all
I don't know. I don't know what a computer is.
What the fuck is the internet?
Dude, I think you need to put some gas in it to make it work.
Y'all just told me to come on this Discord platform. I don't know what to do with it.
I'll just connect these tubes together.
Yeah, there we go.
Uploading is putting something on my computer and sending the computer to somebody right?
I think that's when you put water. That's when you put water into the back of the computer. Uploading, you know.
Yeah.
I don't even know where I am right now. I just hear all these voices.
So let me do have schizophrenia, like our friend there.
Oh no.
Well,
Yeah, we gotta do another flat earther episode. That was great. Oh my god, we gotta do another one of those. That was hilarious.
So much fun.
What about a moon one as well? I think you have to look at the moon, definitely.
the advantage of having schizophrenia is you're never alone, right?
That's true. You have all your friends. All your friends, you know, they're always there.
Oh my god. That's a good one, though. That's a good joke.
I schizophrenia, like, I remember I had this one patient a long time ago, and he heard, like, voices, and he was, like, a 40-something-year-old, and he was discharged from the Navy because that's when his schizophrenia had happened, so I asked him, like, you know, like, what do you see? He's like, I don't have visual hallucinations. It's auditory hallucinations, right? But this is where it gets really weird. I've never heard this before from another schizophrenic person, is that he hears a voice of a little boy named Michael, and Michael hasn't grown up in 20 years, same child voice. That would scare the shit out of me, you know?
Imagine
that's government mind control experimentation shit. That's what that is. I'll tell you.
He was in the Navy. He was in the Navy, so I don't know.
He was in the Navy, and they did Operation Concussion.
Imagine having schizophrenia and having a fight with yourself. You beat the shit out of yourself.
Listen. The Operation Concussion, and Operation Concussion is literally trying to implant voices into people's heads. Yeah, that was before MK Ultra.
Yeah, because usually when I ask schizophrenics who's saying it, they usually either can't identify it or it's always like a negative spiritual energy. It's either ghosts or demons, you know, one or the other. But they never. That was very oddly specific, you know.
Well, usually schizophrenics hear words in their own voice, and it's like really creepy, right?
But isn't schizophrenia also a combination of several mental health issues?
Hey, I can't understand anything what you're saying, Dad.
Yeah, you're lagging really bad.
Lagging again? Damn it! Damn internet! Oh, sorry, I don't know what internet is. Damn it, wherever I am. But like I said, isn't schizophrenia also a common name for several mental health issues? I mean...
in here it just means like a returning psychosis. When you have like a psychosis and it can happen again, you're called like a schizophrenic.
Mental illness is a general term given to a massive umbrella of different sort of diagnoses and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's extremely general. So it's hard. I mean, in some cases, depending on who you talk to, greed is actually considered a mental illness. It's fits right in there with addiction.
It's actually the same with for example, being called, damn it, what was it called again? Autistic. You know, autism is also a huge scale, right? It's not just
Extremely
one.
huge.
Yeah,
Extremely. Some in that spectrum actually are extremely high functioning. They lack emotional, the ability to sort of pick out emotional cues in conversations. But what they lack in that, their analytical sort of perspective when focusing on a subject or research matter is impeccable. It is so precise and directed that they sort of don't get sidetracked with emotions and the touchy-feely kind of stuff. They're sort of very focused on whatever they choose to focus their attention on.
They're also mostly socially a little behind, right? They don't have much social skills.
If I had their gifts, I wouldn't care about being social either.
Well, people said that to me, that I have traits of autism, but I don't know. I never got myself tested. I mean, I am
would
as
take
I
it
am.
as a compliment.
Yeah, kind of. Depends on what side of the scale of autism, because, like I said, you have on one side high functioning, but on the other side you have also like. I shouldn't use that word, but retarded kind of autism, right? Where
I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. And yeah, no, it is a word that I choose not to use as well because it's not very descriptive in this particular circumstance.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it differently, but I know that's actually a word that you just shouldn't use, but you know what I mean, right? You have two sides of the spectrum.
I know exactly what you mean. Some of my best friends are like that, and their gifts and their ability, especially in coding, is phenomenal. I'm beside myself just watching them. It's like watching art being painted. It's brilliant.
Yeah, in the hacker community, autism is very common. At least some form of autism.
I think so, because a lot of friends around me said that I show autistic traits. I don't know. Like I said, I never got myself tested because I don't need any verification for it. I am as I am, and if you can't accept it, yeah, fuck off, right? But yeah, they say it, so yeah, I assume there is some truth in it.
I agree with you 100%. I am how I am. Take it or leave it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing my part just as everybody's doing theirs.
Well, there's one thing is that you can't like place yourself in like the emotional state of another person, and you don't pick up on like what does this person mean when they say something. Like, do you take it literally? Do you take their words literally, or do you like see their expressions on their face and know they're meaning something else? Like sarcasm is very difficult for someone with like autism, right? Like you don't recognize
Indeed.
something is sarcastic because you don't see the emotional state someone is in. You take it literal. But then you can also confuse people being autistic in the sense that what if their intelligence level is so way beyond others that they don't really understand these other people? That is also, yeah.
Precisely, that is one of the problems. I did mention that a long time ago. When looking into the big picture, generally you need to stand far, far back to see it. But unfortunately, you're so far back away from everybody else that it's hard to tell the others what you're seeing. To them, you seem like a madman.
And isn't OCDs also part of that autism stuff?
Yes, as far as I understand it. I could be wrong, but as far as I understand it, yes, it is one of them.
Yeah, I know somebody that washes his hands like 20 times a day. Like that's an OCD. That's just compulsive.
Well, it's compulsive disorder with germophobia.
Yeah, and he is not even aware that he's doing it, you know?
I don't know if I would go, but he's not aware that he's doing it. I mean, he might tell you he's not aware that he's doing it, but he's aware he's doing it because he has germophobia.
Could be. But yeah, it's annoying that he's always, you know, interrupting work and going washing his hand and his face, you know, like, what the hell are you doing, you know?
Splish splash, I was taking a bath.
Yeah.
Well, at least you can count on one thing. They'll have extremely clean hands, and I'm cool with that.
Yeah, okay, but on the other side, you can imagine we all work hard, and if somebody is always interrupting work and doing something else, the other ones have to, you know, pick up on that.
Actually, with OCD, with the cleaning, the people tend to wash their hands to the point where their skin is raw. It actually ends up hurting them, and yeah.
In some cases, yeah, it does get pretty severe, I must admit. But those generally you'll find have other underlying issues which are complicating or exacerbating the disorder to begin with.
Yeah, OCD and depression are usually the common factors. I think
it's between the ears, right? It's a mental thing. It's not as much as an physical thing. It's more like a mental thing. But yeah, indeed, washing your hands like 20 times a day, the soap can eventually dry out the skin, right?
That's usually what happens is that the friction of the skin on skin is usually where they start running into issues because they're washing so much. They're literally rubbing off their layers of their skin. So.
Yeah,
but there are some soaps that do cause allergies with some people. These are the people that generally get allergies at the moment anyway, and also anyone with allergies. I don't know if anybody knew, out of the initial COVID vaccine tests, anyone with allergies or anything that resembling an allergy was removed from the tests to guarantee the success of it.
Ah, see, so that's also rigged.
That is correct.
Because that's not how you're supposed to do a good test, right?
Indeed. And not only that, Pfizer and Moderna also sabotaged their placebo group by injecting them afterwards. As for why you would do that is absolutely beyond me, but they did it.
Yeah, I heard the same thing. You know, I was actually kind of quite surprised. Oh, man.
Because they earn a fucking load of money with the VC. I mean, the pharmaceutical industry is $1 billion industry, right?
Trillion. Generally, Australia paid 350 million in the first batch, and then an extra 150 on top of that for a couple of extra batches. Now, we'll just take the 350 million and we'll times that by some of the countries in the world. There's about 195 countries in the world, but let's take 150. Say if 150 countries each pay 350 mil for that 1 year, just do the math on that and see how much profit they're pulling in just from 1 year from one dose.
Exactly.
Guys, check the general chat real quick, by the way, just in between.
And that's why they do anything to rig the tests so that their VC gets right, because they make a lot of money out of it.
Oh, I just read what Luby put in the general chat. Oh no.
Go to the general chat, guys. Seriously.
Yeah, wait.
Oh boy.
What the hell?
That's my only way. That's my only way around it. I'm going neutral.
Epic, epic.
I'm so confused.
Go in the general chat and anonymous by its fact Discord.
Yeah, but if we
you
start
better
talking
hurry
about...
up, seriously.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
True, Alamo, true.
Maybe just give it like a couple minutes.
No, Mr. Mark, no. What you just said, never. Absolutely not.
You know what? I'll
Okay,
put it
well,
up
we
to
have,
0. I'll
we
put
have
it
a-
up to 0.5.
We have a plus 3.5 and a minus 1 now, so we have
Oh no! AK is gonna put like minus 50. Oh my god.
Depends on what kind of mood he's in. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you going to be rational and have a conversation, or are you just going to be the Thunder Guard and rage over everybody? It's my opinion. If it counts for anything.
My opinion is minus 9,000.
It's over 9,000! Sorry.
dude, if you're hey, if you're actually listening, hey. Okay, well, he popped offline when I was like, just did a vote for him.
Oh, it's a sign then, I guess.
I like Alamo's response. I just saw it. I haven't been like a good slave lately.
My god.
But to
pretty good comments.
Mark, to get my opinion, hell no.
So okay, so you voted under the umbrella of under 9,000.
Yep.
I don't even think that was an option, first of all, and I thought we don't vote. I'm just looking right now. I'm really tired. I should go to bed, like researching like 3 days saw.
This is the effect of
I'm just
democracy.
getting ridiculously funny with wrong.
I'm done with this crazy shit.
You know, I love democracy and everything, but I'm becoming a dictator right now, and I'm saying no.
Nine!
Yeah, I mean,
one at a time, please.
I'm not voting for Steve. I feel like he'd be a hard no. Well, depending on what kind of movie he was in.
Like the few Inglorious Bastards. Nine!
Again, it would be nice if one person would talk instead of everyone at the same time. Yes, it's me.
Oh, Thor.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hello, my fan club. It's very nice that I finally put myself on the show again, but stop talking shit about me when I'm not here. That's the only thing I wanted to say.
Greetings.
Who said that?
Greetings.
Greetings. That sounds exactly like the anonymous video. Greetings.
Yeah, it was the guy with the British accent who has something to say, so let him talk.
I may come across as British, but I'm afraid I'm Australian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mix you people up all the time. Never mind.
It's all good. No biggie. I don't consider myself Australian. I just appear to have an Australian accent, according to others. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have an accent. Everybody else does.
Yeah, I hear you like Bondi Beachy now.
Well, I sound German, everybody says, so...
You sound Dutch.
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not.
Pleasure to meet you, Thor.
Well, pleasure to meet you too, whoever you are.
I've heard many good things.
That's nice. That's nice.
So it's not all bad.
Well, good. Well, we have something going now, people, and we should be pulling our resources together. So, squash petty bullshit, small fights about nothing.
I try not to worry about the little things. Too many big things to worry about.
Yep, and that's the truth. Like, our freedoms being taken away. Freedom of assembly, freedom of movement, freedom of speech is gone a long time. But yeah,
there were a lot of how should I put it? Not riots, but unrest and protests. Really, there were a lot of protests going on prior to COVID. All of a sudden, COVID hits and protesting is put on the back burner. And the ones, the diehard protesters are protesting the lockdowns and the mandates and so on and so forth, so they should, and, I'm all for it. But it appears that the country that had the most protests before COVID happened to just, coincidentally be the ones hardest hit by COVID as well. Is it just me, or am I tripping?
Of course, this is exactly how they do, problem, reaction, solution. People with brains understand that this is them. It's not some, pandemic came along. It's them controlling the fucking media and making people afraid of the flu and, telling people to stay indoors. And no, unfortunately, you don't have any rights anymore, and democracy is well over. No, I'm not going to sit there and take it. And fuck their fucking rhetoric. I'm breaking the fucking shit down. Who's with me? Let's go out. Let's protest. Let's fucking... yeah, you get it.
It's interesting. Smoke one for me, and I just wanted to say, it's interesting that these three freedoms that everybody sort of grew up taking for granted in their minds, knowing we have these freedoms. Now, if we had these freedoms, how come they were taken away so easily?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's true though. Thor is actually right in this. It's growing really fast now. We're like losing every right we have. So.
To be honest, from my personal opinion, this or perspective, this looks like some kind of psychosis, just spreading.
Yeah,
agreed.
Everyone seems to be brainwashed and like they're
agreed.
Completely complicit with everything. Like
mass psychosis on a mass scale, which is the most dangerous kind of psychosis. A single person will snap out of their psychosis by having a nervous breakdown, but when you have mass psychosis taking place, they encourage each other, they support one another in their psychosis, and reaffirm each other's standings. Unfortunately, it's a little bit harder to snap them all out of it once they're all in a group.
But Van, isn't it wasn't it you that said that last episode they did research on what scares the people the most?
Yes,
the virus,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it was a pandemic that allowed people basically to be herded willingly. They would give up more rights under a pandemic situation, whether the pandemic was real or not. The result was still the same.
Yep. And what they got now is they even have people against people.
That's exactly what they're hoping for, and I'm seeing the divide and conquer being played again, but just rebranded. Now it's get those anti-vaxxers. They're now domestic terrorists, apparently.
That's a very old tactic they use, and that's divide and conquer. As long as the people are divided, they don't rise up against the government, right?
If you can get the people of a democracy to no longer agree on what is fact and what is fiction, you've thereby conquered that entire nation with the same strength as if you had an army.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's actually what they are doing now.
Yeah, what scares me also is that it is happening all over the world at the same time. Like, it's not no longer in like one or two countries that you can say like, okay,
Agreed.
yeah, like I hope like this other country, yeah, will help us or something. No, 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 it's everywhere.
It makes me look at Agenda 21 in a whole different way. How many versions of Agenda 21 were there, and which one did we see? Because I thought Agenda 21 originally was just supposed to be an extremist view of what we should do to fix the environment.
Well, there's no choice anymore. They put that thing into action. We were all warned, like, you know, Alex Jones calling it like prison planet stuff, and nobody listened to anybody. Everybody just laughed at them. And here we are, locked down in a fucking prison planet.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
they
we did also write about that. I mean, and but yeah, I mean,
And
we
they
did.
already
Prison
have-
with invisible walls, with invisible bars.
Yeah.
Right? They already have Agenda 2030 and 2050 ready. Who knows what they're all planning?
Well, yeah, 2030. Like you know how these powerful people work. They make like 10-year plans or whatever. So they have it 2030,
Minimum.
and they started at 2020, right? And then in 20
Yeah,
years.
minimum 10-year plans. Bill Gates has gone on record several times. One of his famous quotes is, people overestimate what they can do in a year and underestimate what they can do in 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay. So but so what Thor is saying, we have to protest and getting. There are a lot of protests. I mean, here in Europe, there are a lot of protests, and they are getting bigger, especially in Germany. There's like almost weekly protests now, and you're talking about hundred thousands of people in the streets right now.
Yeah, but nobody's doing anything. We need to bring our people out there.
I think not only bringing the people out is important, but I think also making sure that the information we're passing out are scientific reviewed journals. I'm not having a go at anybody, don't get me wrong, but I have seen some questionable things being passed around as evidence of why you shouldn't take the vaccine and evidence that the vaccine is causing adverse reactions. But don't get me wrong, not all of these people are passing this false information around, but there is false information amongst the legitimate scientific reviews.
That is besides the point. The real point here is my freedoms, my democratic rights are being taken away, so I care about that part. The rest of it is a longer discussion. But no vaccine discussion is going to get in the way of my rights. Okay?
But man, isn't that the infiltrators doing that? You know, passing deliberately.
It does appear that way. It does appear that way. I'd have to agree with you, Ted. It appears that, I mean, for lack of a better term, the only thing I can call them is agent provocateurs, which, as we all know, is in wide use at the moment.
In Los Angeles, especially, like 60% of them probably come from LA. But I mean, yeah, I think sometimes it's not even so much a case of like them being agent provocateurs. It's the fact that they make the mistake as still seeing this as like a left-right thing and as a partisan thing. So then they go and use sources that cater to that viewpoint rather than something that's like, you know, purely humanist or scientist or whatever.
100%.
But you can always find good news sources on scholar.google.com. You know, there's tons of scientific articles on anything you'd ever want to find. They're non-biased. All of them, most of them are non-biased.
Okay, but listen, this is carefully planned by these people in power, and of course, the resistance against this is also carefully co-opted, right? And they know exactly. They knew when they started it, that a part of this, a part of society would not agree with this, and they would rebel against this. So a lot of the people resisting this, and like, especially the well-organized movements, are of course controlled opposition. But it doesn't. And but just to go back real quick to what Thor says, it is about human rights, right? Even if it is like the water from the fountain of youth or whatever, and it cures all diseases, they can't force you to take it, right? They can't take away your rights just because you don't want to take it. Like, even if it cures all diseases, it has to be your own choice. That's your right.
They're trying to force us. And like I said, those guys spreading false information, I'm not saying all of them, but there are a few that just try to discredit us.
Yeah,
right?
these are deranged, even these deranged doctors running this resistance. These people were involved with these web shops selling almond pits against cancer in the past too. It's the same people doing that.
Oh, like the witch lady, right? The witch nurse. So remember that nurse that was like a witch, and she believed she said something weird about the vaccine, but then she also said that miscarriages were caused by succubuses. You don't remember that? Am I the only one that remembers that?
I don't remember that, but I'm just saying, like, some people that show up to these anti-mandate protests are just straight up fucking assholes. Like,
well, a lot of them
like, straight up,
planned.
fighting with breast cancer clients and shit. So you have to be able to like spot that shit. I mean, it's the same with every movement. Like the same with Black Lives Matter. How co-opted and infiltrated that is. Like it's the same with the anti-mandate scene.
These are agents planting stupid stuff. And it's supposed to sound like we're all crazy fucking people. You know?
Exactly. They try to discredit us.
Yeah.
They try to make us disbelievable. And that's exactly what they want.
Of course, they bring in these people who were supposedly once part of the establishment and left them, right? They are doctors, professors, and these people. Some of them are still involved with the same establishment. They just pretend, right? And they spin a different story to make us look bad in the end. It will be discredited in the end. There will be new peer-reviewed papers coming out, completely destroying their story. But it doesn't even matter if this vaccine is good or not. It matters only if we have the right to refuse it. Like,
yeah, as I said earlier, you know, that now even companies are trying to, you know, force their employees to get the vaccine. I mean, this is going really wrong.
That's
right?
the government passing the buck. What they're hoping is that if they can push employers to do their dirty work legally, they can keep themselves out of the loop. The government, that is. That's why they're trying to push this mandate into the hands of the employers. But unfortunately, most of the employers that are contacting their legal staff are saying, this is a quagmire, stay out of it, wait for the government to do something, don't you go making the move, because then if you force them to have it for your job, anything that happens to you is then covered under work, which means you're under the work insurance if anything goes wrong. Now, if that is successful is another thing altogether. I mean, that's another question altogether. Which judge are you going to get? Are they going to go with the establishment, or are they going to go with the actual science? Like, it's really a really iffy situation at this point, as far as I see it. I could be wrong.
yeah, but I mean, what I mean is, like, if you forget about the whole healthcare situation, that you completely forget about that whole part, right? You lost your right to encryption. You have surveillance everywhere. You're being censored on social media. They decide if you can buy or sell. They're digitalizing the whole money system, right? And now they want to take away your final right, which is the right to have your autonomy over your own body. And they have been taken away all your rights already, and now they want this right too. And it has very little to do with healthcare. They just want control over your body. Simple.
This is not the first time that this immunization discussion has popped up. This has popped up several times throughout the centuries.
Yeah, and I mean, but you're talking also about the Nuremberg trials, for example, where they said like you can't do things to people without them volunteering for it, like experiment.
And fully informed consent, not coercion, which is what we're seeing right now. There is a difference between coercion and consent. The two are not the same.
No, they are trying to force us, and that's not consent. That's
I see it as the manufacturing of consent.
They're taking control over your body, and there is no end to it, because they can do other things with that control if you lose that right. Now it's maybe a good thing, whatever, vaccine, whatever, but they can do other stuff with that when they have it. Right?
Like I said, this is the last chapter of the big book. Okay, this is about the beast and the mark of the beast and the control, the crazy fucking control that these crazy people want. That's why I call it a psychosis. I have no idea why they need all that control, other than that they fear something. But
they fear the truth.
Yeah.
They fear the truth coming out to the people, exposing them for who they truly are. We know who they truly are, but the rest of the people are sleepwalking. They're too busy to do the research that we've had time to do. They're kept busy by their lives, by their families, by work, by bills. Most people are just trying to feed their families.
But then I saw the beast rising, and it had 7 heads and 10 horns and a crown on each horn. Oh, sorry.
But
People
the
that are
rest of
asleep won't see much.
and they have the big propaganda machine, right? TV. So people tend to believe everything they see on TV. So they can spread whatever news they think, we should know, and all the people just believe it. Right?
Audiovisual is an extremely powerful medium if used correctly.
Yep.
Oh, the CIA knows that. Come on.
Yeah, no, that's what MK Ultra was all about. Working out and fine-tuning how to manipulate the mass public using whatever means are necessary. Whether they have to be drug-induced or whether they have to be emotionally primed. Either way, bombard them with sex, violence, explosions, wars, and so on TV, while at the same time telling them don't do any of these things to create more confusion.
Actually, the whole entire operation for MK Ultra was simply about creating an assassin that could kill somebody without knowledge of it. And Kissinger and somebody else, I can't remember his name, basically distracted from it with Operation Dormouse, or Dormus, might be Dormus, Dormouse, and they distracted from the mind control aspect of MK Ultra, and it literally says in the declassified documents that they would rather have MK Ultra get out than have the full enclosure of MK Ultra with all the assassin and creating a Manchurian candidate assassin. So
they are not targeting your conscious mind. They are targeting your.
What about Stephen Paddock? Do you think he was a Manchurian candidate?
Who?
Stephen Paddock.
The guy who shut up.
Usually a base shooter.
Yeah, there's some really weird shit there, man. There's some really strange shit that just doesn't make sense.
I was under the impression that previously, before he went on a shooting spree, in his younger years, he was dealing guns for the CIA and Mossad. But I was never able to sort of find any conclusive evidence to sort of back that up. But it was definitely, floating around through the grapevine, the information.
Yeah, I saw some stuff about him possibly being an arms trafficker. I did see that. I didn't see anything that was 100% confirmed on it.
No.
But the thing that doesn't make sense in that whole situation is that the way his body was found with the gun, I forget what it was, but it didn't add up. I wrote about it.
A lot about that didn't add up.
Oh, the fact that he also had a computer that had no hard drive in it. How could a guy? That doesn't make any sense. Why did the computer not have a hard drive? That makes.
How the hell do you without a hard drive? Because you have to have operating system on it.
I don't know what either of you said because you're both muffled and it sounds like
who's in the car?
Okay, I repeat.
It's a background noise.
Wait, I repeat. How the hell do you have a computer without a hard drive? Because you have to have a hard drive to have an operating system running on it, right?
Agreed.
Oh, you can.
Well,
You
not
run
always. I don't use a hard drive on all my computers. Just
Somebody pulled the SSD.
I understand that, but the point is that he doesn't have the tech skills to be running an operating system off of a USB drive. It just makes no sense why he had a laptop that had no hard drive in it.
okay.
The whole story doesn't make sense. They said that he was a gambler. That he was a gambler that was so successful that he was a millionaire from gambling. Who the fuck do you know is a successful gambler where they can constantly gamble and keep winning and winning and winning? Like, it doesn't make sense. And again, another thing that didn't make sense was the whole keycard situation, where the keycard was used by another person, and they had no idea who it was, but they had security cameras in that hotel, so how don't they know who it was? And then on top of that, one of the receipts from his breakfast meal, there was another person that was there that he was meeting with who ate breakfast with him. And, nothing has ever gone deeper to question who that person was or anything like that, as far as I know.
I want you to consider the source here, okay? All this stuff comes from the media. Take everything with a grain of salt. Just assume they're lying to you for some reason, because they usually are. But never just take it at face value, never.
Okay, and this is about programming an individual, right? But right now we're dealing with programming the masses. And what I was going to say is they are not focusing on your conscious mind, they're focusing on your subconscious, on your the reptilian part of your brain, right? That makes you do these weird primal things. Like they are focusing, for example, on the groupthink of fear, right? And when they're like inducing fear in society, they are doing this thing that originates from your collective memory that makes you look up to the alpha males in your pack for protection. So they are inducing fear, and you will look up at your leaders and you will equalize them as the old gods who protect you. And they are giving these godly qualities to protect you because they're capable, they're strong and powerful, they have a lot of money and stuff. So they are inducing this fear on you, on the masses, and it's actually working, right? And
but for what price, right? For what price?
To activate these things, they're using these things. What Van Diemen also said, they're using this entertainment, the constant sexualization of society. This induces these primordial thoughts, and they used this in the past. They're very successful at this method of propaganda because they use dehumanization, for example, too, in the past. Like, it's very difficult for humans to kill another person except when you make the enemy an animal, because that activates the hunter part of your primal brain. This is a collective memory, again, from our hunter-gatherer times, when we were hunting animals for survival, meaning they are triggering your brain to think about hunting other animals instead of protecting humans, right?
Well, yeah,
People are very smart. These people
it's
are
trauma-based mind control. That's right, but the thing that I wanted to highlight there is that they sometimes use sound triggers. They use these sound triggers in commercials. They use these sound triggers in in different propaganda, different things. Like they did it years ago. They did it years ago. They used sound frequency, and they would use certain frequencies to trigger something, trigger a emotion or trigger something in your brain.
Well, they used it in simple things already. Like they admitted using it on Facebook, for example, in the Facebook chats, copying casino sounds to keep you hooked.
Right. Right. That's one of the things that they would use. But it's not about the casino sounds itself. It's the frequencies that those sounds are putting out.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving an example of the power of sounds. But I mean, like, but the power of propaganda, they're going at your most basic part of your brains, right? It goes way beyond your intelligent thinking. Like, you can't defeat this method of propaganda with intelligent thinking. You need very simple answers to it, because they are triggering something that is way more powerful.
Primal parts of the brain to do with emotions,
and they are
actions.
hundred thousands of years old. These parts, they are so powerful in your brain that you can't beat them with the regular
triggering reactions. So most people are only reacting to outside stimuli, not actually acting towards it physically or separated from it. They're reacting, and if you can cause a population to react a certain way to a dilemma, you can thereby predict their behavior.
Mm-hmm.
What you said, Mark, right? We are looking then to the alphas, right? But for what price? I mean, you see it now. We are losing all our liberties. That's the price that we are paying for it.
Well,
right?
You can. Okay, so but you can combat this, right? You can actually make sure people understand that for protection, they are not supposed to look at the alphas, because the alphas are actually causing the damage and causing the risk, and that for protection they need to look at themselves and make themselves stronger, make themselves independent, because you have
that's not how the masses work, right? That's not how the masses work.
When it comes to the alpha thing here, those are not real alpha. Real alpha is not the person who needs to take control of other people. A real alpha has natural leader abilities. A beta wants systems in place, to take control over others. So it's beta behavior.
What like many people understand as an alpha, I feel, is misunderstood.
Yeah, but that is the Disney alpha, right? The king. It's the alpha
Disney alpha. I like that.
Yeah, it is the Disney from the Disney cartoons, right? We are trained to see that as the alpha.
Yeah, but it's not true. It's the beta. It's the pretender to the throne. Remember the movie? The leader, the real leader, was secure in his position, but the one who wanted him away was the shady one, the beta. Remember?
Hmm.
Yep, like in Aladdin, the what was it? The visor, right? In Aladdin, for example. He was actually the bad.
We see this example in many places, not only Disney.
But yeah, the violence, like Mark said, is kind of making people indeed insensitive for using violence, right? But throwing all morals aside and we're using violence. That's what they are trying to trigger.
Yeah, you have to keep people in constant fear to be able to do this method. Because if you don't keep them in constant fear, it's going to fail. And that they did this with the whole 9/11 thing with terrorism. Saying terrorists are on every corner, every street corner is another terrorist. And you have to constantly repeat this and then slowly introduce these answers to it. Yeah, and always say like, we are in power and we can protect you, but you have to give us a little bit more and a little bit more. And every time you do a new fear trigger, you take a little bit more from them. That's how they do it.
Yeah, as Van said, a pandemic, that's the ultimate tool because it turned out to be the most effective.
Yeah. Yeah, and Yeah, and it is never ending. I mean, they're going to try to continue it, of course.
Yeah, look at it now. Now they are talking about the fourth wave already. Injecting more fear.
Yeah,
right?
they're just making small mistakes, and the small mistakes is that what we can actually do, we can capitalize on these small mistakes they're making. Like, they are destroying the economy, for example, and people are getting into a lot of trouble because of that. They're losing their money and whatever. So the people are going to need methods to become more independent from that collapsing system. So that is one way we can actually, I think, make people aware that they can empower themselves, right? Like, you can grow your own food, you can work with the crypto AK currencies, you can make yourself more independent from the system because you have to. And that's where you have to empower yourself instead of look up to the leaders, because the leaders just made your fucking system collapse.
Wait.
I've yet to find a leader to look up to.
I think you were baiting me out there. That's what I think exactly what you were doing there, Mark.
Yeah, no, I think. Well, you think? I think it is actually that you are actually at one of the key things that can actually make people empower themselves again. So, yeah.
I am the key thing. What? Wait, what? What did you say?
I'm explaining it for the listeners. You don't have to. It's just. That's the. That's the thing. And okay, so you have the fear-based propaganda, right? And you have dehumanization. Those are two tested methods, but there are more methods they use against people, and especially entertainment is also a primal emotion. So if you can keep people entertained, yeah, they will be silent a bit about rising up.
You have to be circuses, right?
Well, at first you have to make you have to replace the intellectual discussions on YouTube with entertainment. So you have to only push the funny stuff and have the comedians run everything. That's what you
exactly. But like I said, there's that quote, right? Give the people bread and circuses.
Yeah, it's from Roman times already, but it's long before that. Like, if you can make you sing songs while they're all dying in a cave, just yeah.
There's all very old tactics, but they shouldn't forget, they need us more than we need them.
Well, you can also assume that in the end people want to be happy, I guess, and live in as much freedom as possible. So in the end they're not going to win as long as there are enough people still. But yeah, this all depends on like how long is it going to take. I mean, you had the Rockefeller Foundation calculating it takes 13 years for these people to rise up against this. So yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think that they're in the mindset of they need us more than we need them. They have several projects online at the moment that they're kind of moving heavily with, and Atlas, the little robot droid that they have, is a big part of replacing a lot of the human aspects of who they trust, as in military, security, that sort of deal. They're finding that the military that they currently have and the people that they have currently doing their security, they can't guarantee all of their trust. They can't guarantee that some of them won't whistle blow. However, if you replace all of those security and military with droids, those droids will have 100% loyalty to the programmer. Yeah. And they're pushing a lot of money into this area of research to the point where they have the robot actually doing parkour now.
You're talking about AI or what?
AI and Atlas, two separate projects, but culminating and converging into the one project. They have been segmented so that one group is working on the AI part and the other group is working on the robot itself and its functioning and its movement and so on and so forth. But there is a spot inside the robot that actually holds an empty slot for the AI unit to be plugged into it. So even though that they're working separately, the projects are actually combined. They do converge into the same project.
Yeah, and the one doesn't know from the other side, right? It's like in the past.
Compartmentalization.
Hey,
A lot of
Van Diemen, did you actually read the lockstep document from the Rockefeller Foundation, or?
I had a brief look through it. I did watch Ryan Christian go through it thoroughly. I haven't actually gone through it myself, no.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so the Rockefeller Foundation, they calculate it takes 13 years for us to rebel against this. And the first government overthrown will be in 2026 in Nigeria. And that will be the first time that people overthrow a government in resistance against this, and it will be in Nigeria. But the thing is, the Rockefeller Foundation, they didn't calculate the whole impact of the internet, for example, because the internet wasn't as big back then. And mobile phones and the communications, there were no things like wire or signal or whatever, encrypted communications. Those didn't really exist in that way yet. So there are some things that could like switch it in our favor, switch things in our favor a bit.
And they didn't calculate us in the
Well, actually, we are calculated in it. Like they completely calculated us in it. We are part of the calculations. Yeah. It's just that our tools aren't calculated in it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, these people, they have it so well planned that of course they calculate our resistance in it. Like they make plans.
We are what they call divergent.
Yeah. Yeah, like they yeah.
Like the movie.
Yeah, but these are like okay. But these propaganda methods are so old; they're thousands of years old. You can't defeat them with all these intellectual debates. You're targeting the 1% intellectuals. Like I respect Ryan Christian a lot for his work, but his intellectual explanations are only working for like the 1% or less than 1% who are actually capable of understanding all of this, or actually interested in understanding all of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you can't always beat your oppressors by using their means. In this case, it is, like you said, like a very kind of civil and intellectual discourse.
Well, you can't teach a fish to fly.
There are flying fish.
Here's the proof your leaders fucked you up. Here's what you can do to fix it. Do it. That's how simple it has to be.
Yeah.
Isn't there a fish that can kind of not fly?
Yes, there is a flying fish. I knew you were going to go there.
Sorry. I worked on a trawler years ago.
I wanted to say it too.
I worked on a trawler years ago and used to have them fly out of the water and smash into the side of the boat, and then you'd have to walk over, pick them up, and throw them back into the water, sort of thing. Quite amazing looking.
Or is it more like gliding? They're more like
It
gliding,
is more like
right?
gliding. They jump out of the water and then flex their wings out where they glide and then just dive back into the water. It's pretty cool sight to see if you've never seen it before.
Okay, just to use this metaphor, how do you become a flying fish jumping out of this fishbowl they made?
Aww.
No, that's what I'm asking. They made this fishbowl and we're all swimming around in it. How do you become a flying fish and jump out of it?
Sounds like Pink Floyd lyrics.
Yeah.
Hello.
Greetings. Just with that one question, the first thing that comes to mind is comfortably numb.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a special thing with that song, but that's something that I don't need to discuss on air. But that song for me has a special meaning.
Okay.
Is it the song you listen to when you're getting a bath?
No.
No, it's what I listen to when I'm giving a bath.
Not on air. That's personal shit.
Sorry, I shared too much. I don't want to feed Grandma bacon in the bathtub.
Grandma Bacon? Who the fuck is Grandma Bacon?
We're back to the bacon. I must have missed a lot.
No, just discussing.
I don't know.
Discussing math.
Hey, Sleepy J's in the chat, my dog. Okay.
I'm just admiring this this flying fish.
But I hope I have more intelligence than a goldfish because, like Labby said, we are all fishes in a bowl.
Yeah.
Well, they have attention span like a few seconds, I think. The goldfish.
Alamo.
8 seconds.
Alamo, you have to jump in on this. You have solutions.
I think the attention span of a goldfish is about 8 seconds, which is longer than the attention span of the modern human on this planet.
Yep.
Especially after TikTok. After watching too much TikTok, you've got the attention span of a gnat, for sure.
Oh my god, I hate TikTok so much, you know. It's just for stupid people. Sorry that I have to say, but it's for stupid people.
Has its uses, though.
No, it's...
Actually,
it's
the Julian Assange message was getting out quite far. My daughter showed me on TikTok. She said it's actually like she's come across some, even on TikTok.
Yeah, it's like there are legit people putting out like receipts and facts in their little 15-second TikToks. Like, I appreciate it.
I don't think TikTok or entertainment or on YouTube are meant for stupid people. I think they're meant to stupidify people.
Agreed.
Yes.
Thanks to TikTok, I learned how to twerk.
Isn't TikTok controlled by the Chinese government?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Wait. Is it controlled by the Chinese government or by a Chinese firm, which just happens to be in China?
Well, that's the same thing in China. If you know anything about China, you know, they're on the same train, so to speak.
I do understand that China tries hard to make sure that money does not influence its politics like the West does.
Oh, okay. Well, one thing China makes sure is that anything connected to them and the government is being controlled. And if people don't follow the rules, they get thrown in fucking jail. They don't play games in China.
Seen that. And if you're caught committing any kind of fraud, whether corporate or whatever, the penalties there are severe, no matter how much money you have or how untouchable you think you are.
But like I said, TikTok is as useful as a hand on my dick. Not.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, but I don't use TikTok, and I refuse to use TikTok because it's, it's stupid. It's just really stupid stuff in there.
I think just because you don't use it, though, Ted, don't mean it don't have its uses, because, like, there are people that are legit, like, getting some facts from TikTok. I mean, with regards to, like, African American history or, like, CIA coups in Africa and in South America, or what happened in Palestine. Like, those were legit topics that some people put out on TikTok. Granted, it was nowhere fucking near the majority right there, but I mean,
you will always find somebody. You will always find somebody who uses this stuff for good. But the bulk of the TikTok is distracted kids. And that's what it's for, distracting people from important issues.
That's what sports is all about.
Let me put it this way. 99% of what is on TikTok is just useless, mind-killing bullshit.
Some shit dance or whatever.
Yeah. And it's just
Yeah, it's like the argument to stay on Facebook because you're trying to reach people that don't feel the same way that you do. And if you go on platforms that are, you know, a lot more sorted out for censorship, you're not likely to come across many people who need the education about like Assange or Palestine or whatever it might be.
That exactly what she said. See, Mark, that's what I'm trying to fucking tell you. Exactly what she said.
I don't think it's just okay. So TikTok and these entertainment are not just to distract people, but to also create the feeling of happiness, and that people can find their happiness and their peace of mind in these places, and instead of wanting to solve the issues that caused their
Sort of the same thing, though.
By the way, don't say that in France. No, don't say that in France. Find a penis.
No, but that's also what they want, sexualization of the society.
While at the same time bombarding you with how bad it is, while at the same time bombarding you with sexual images.
Yeah.
Great confusion for the subconscious. It's brilliant. It keeps a person.
But also shortening time spans that you're able to cope with. That's what I worry about with my kids, and I try and get them to stop doing it because, you know, at the end of the day, that's what they can only deal with, so much concentration, and then they're off on the next thing. You know.
Be honest, Disney is doing that for decades already.
Right?
Yeah, you should be teaching my kids to meditate.
Short shares and short likes on social media, and then like moving on with the next subject, right? You already did your thing. Like you even see it with activism these days. Some people think they're actually already changing the world by just sharing something, but they're no longer getting out of their chair, going into the streets or whatever, because they already think they did.
It's gone from 15 minutes of fame to like 1.5 minutes of fame or whatever.
Yeah, now it's like,
everything.
Here's my profile picture and posted a black square with a hashtag. Oh my god, I shared an Instagram infographic. Ooh, I'm such an activist. Like, listen, activism is not meant to be that easy. It's not. You're fighting for some shit. It's not supposed to be a little freaking leisurely stroll. No, it's a fight. It's not easy. It's not that easy.
In that context, I would like to point out that this show reaches like 150 people max now. We used to reach thousands of people.
10,000 store.
Yeah. I remember us reaching 500,000 one day, Lobby.
I know, I remember that. Those were the good times.
So yeah,
when we did our first online protest on the 11th of April, like for Assange, and we did our very first online after COVID protest, we had 5,000 people watch live on Facebook. That was my account that got banned in January. But yeah, the 5,000 people watched us live. I think it was because of Commander X, to be honest. It was because we had him on as a guest, and he must have bigged it up somewhere.
It sounds like you weren't actually shadow banned then, because our accounts are already banned. We want to reach 50 people if we try.
No.
You know?
No, it wasn't then, but that was probably 2019, April 11th. No, 2020 it would have been, yeah. But I guess I was shadow banned after I started talking about COVID, actually. So it could have been the Assange activism, or it could have been COVID, or it could have been because I went down the same day as World Socialist website, and there was an article about a speech I did at New Zealand Parliament that went, and it got translated in 3 languages, and I went down suspiciously on that day that all those Socialist Equality Group and World Socialist website, they all went down. And the ironic kind of poetic justice thing was that I was really pissed off that World Socialist website, Socialist Equality Group, were cheering that Trump had been removed from Twitter, and it was almost like poetic justice that then a week later they suddenly decided to also hit the left. Do you know what I mean?
I get you. Like, if I see this, I see these libertarians wanting to censor people left and right, and I just shake my fucking head.
Yeah.
I actually I'm seeing my account now, but with that who's ban.eu.org. Looking if I'm shadow banned on who around me is shadow banned. Wait, it's still running.
I know my.
What is it? Can you put that in the chat? Can you put that in the general thing as a link so I can go? I want to check.
Yeah, I just know my main account is not shadow banned, but all the others are. So yeah, it's pretty sad.
You know, once upon a time I was a Bernie activist, so I didn't know really what was going on then, to be fair, but I was doing a lot of online activism, and in New Zealand and Australia, it was around that time where there was 1,500 people who were participating without knowing in a psychological experiment that Facebook did on Aussies and Kiwis. And it was around the same time that I used to tell the Americans on the Bernie pages, I was like, shit, it's like if I post something like a kitten, I get 50 likes. If I post something, anything to do with my activism that used to be like shared quite widely, now no one sees it, 0 likes, you know, and they were like, oh no, it's just because no one's interested in politics. But I was like, no, there's something that's shifted. It's really been a sudden change, and no one would believe me, and then sure enough, everyone was experiencing it. And I feel like they beta tested the censorship in New Zealand, I think because we're a pretty passive country, we don't really fight back, and so we're an ideal place to sort of test something out like that.
You know, they have
well, that's my thought on it anyway.
They used Australia, to be honest. I mean, that was admitted that Facebook used Australia. As far as Facebook goes, I don't know about Twitter. I mean, who knows? But yeah, I mean, it's insane. If you post like a picture of a cat or a video of a cat, your post can go absolutely viral. But if you post anything politics, you get no traction.
That's
I feel like that started.
The AI is programmed to pick up on certain keywords. If you have certain phrases and keywords in your sentences, they will just suppress you right away.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Well,
the algorithm's there.
Or even words in your images, like they'd read any kind of lettering in your thumbnails and all that sort of stuff as well, wouldn't they? And they'd also potentially look at your subtitles for any hint, wouldn't they?
I'm not sure about the text in the images, but I definitely know for 100% the algorithm does look for words, as Thor just said, specific key words, and then yes, you are put on the back burner, and you are removed off of the search suggestion ban, and your replies are debuffed.
It's not just
about the images. I'll explain it.
Keywords. It's also, it has to do with the way you're tweeting, the way you're responding at somebody. If the algorithm detects that you're being aggressive, then it will hide your post. This is literally how it works.
Yeah, when it comes to the images, every image is broken down into a line of code.
Yes.
And that code is easily detectable. If they see it again and they already shadow banned it, of course it goes to the same direction. You won't be reaching more than maybe 5 people or whatever. But it's the same. It's just as easy as banning a sentence to ban a picture because it's a code.
Yeah, Microsoft was doing that, using that code system, and Apple has just come up with a new thing. I think it's DNA Pick or Pick DNA or something. They've called it something different, but it's the exact same thing. It looks for the code for each image, and each image has a specific code. And if you change the image even by 1 pixel, the code changes as well.
By the way, Alex, I posted it.
It has to do with metadata.
Thank you.
For years, we've known that. For years, we've known that every time you change just a little thing in an image, it changes a code within the actual image itself, or the computer code within the image itself. I mean, we've known about that.
Not everybody knows about it though. The people in the know, like you guys are up to date. You guys, do your research. Many people do not have the inclination, or if they do have it, they don't have the time. I mean, I'm following some awesome independent reporters, but as I said before, there is not enough time in a day to go through all of their material.
Yeah, we don't know shit. We still have the insiders from these operations, like Facebook, telling us exactly what's happening.
Let me check that other account. Ah, Local Leaks 2013 is shadow banned. Search ban and more replies ban observed. Ha! See, that account is also
That
shadow banned.
replies band is actually quite interesting. It appears that there's more going on there than just the replies. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but yeah, there's more going on there. That's
So Local Leaks 2013 is shadow banned, but my account that of Local Leaks not. There's nothing on it yet.
You were about to call yourself fucking bomber, weren't you? Ted Kaczynski.
I'm surprised I survived the original purge and then the second purge. Not for lack of them trying to remove me.
I emailed them and said unban my account, and they did.
And on knowledge, I mean, the bullshit he had to put up with his account. Fuck, sorry, my French.
You know that they have to delete your data after such and such time because the Supreme Court made them. So
my
that
account
means
is still active up. It hasn't been deleted yet. It still
Yeah.
says it exists. Meaning there's something going on with it. I don't know.
as long as they
We
make
tried to do one of the shadow ban tests on AK and it just like stopped.
The thing is that my original account got banned years ago, but now I got it back because Facebook had to delete my data. So I'm back on Facebook with my own name. Hint, hint.
Oh,
I would
see,
change that.
Mine still shows the fucking avatar, and then you click on it, and then it says account suspended. That's not a normal account suspension, just saying.
Oh,
No, that's not.
Madmom is also shadow banned, I see. More replies ban observed.
Yeah, if
Because,
they really like you, they'll make up something just for you. You know?
Well, like I said, I just checked my account, my own account, and mine is not shadow banned, but I see a lot of people around me are shadow banned. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a little bit difficult to see because there's a whole web here. But yeah, there are several people around me that directly around me that are shadow banned.
Try
Well,
running. Do it.
My posts reach an average of 10 people now. And I have 30 fucking pages. I have technically a reach of 30,000 people, but that doesn't help.
By the way, Mark, I don't see your account as shadow banned.
No, I already said that. I'm not shadow banned on my main account. On other accounts, I'm shadow banned.
Yeah, all the Assange accounts that we set up, those are all shadow banned.
That's the censored one, right?
Was it supposed to say that was a secret? Oh.
But if you're not shadow banned, Mark, that means you can reach thousands of people with a single post. I would like to see that happen.
Yeah, good point. You can try it.
Well, I still have. Let me see.
And yeah, you were asking me about a plan, Mark, and I do have some details to share with you, but I don't know if it's smart to actually share that on a live show.
No, don't do anything.
You know. So.
I still have.
So, what do you guys think about Jack Dorsey going to be adding in Bitcoin tipping and Ethereum tipping into Twitter?
How the hell did I get 23,000 followers? Damn.
Is Dorsey getting a shave off of that?
He says no. He says that it's going to be peer to peer, but I don't know.
Yeah, like. Sorry, but like, yeah, right.
He wouldn't lie to you, would he?
How the hell did I get 23,000 followers? Yeah.
Well, you have?
That's a great tweet, Van Man.
It was like, because I was watching, you know, that in the site, my profile, and it's at 23,600 something, and I was like, huh? Nah, that can't be. And I checked my profile, yeah, 23,600K. I was like, where the fuck did they all come from?
Yeah, but we do have a few. We do have a few pages and channels that have high numbers on them, but we still don't reach anybody. Like the anonymous YouTube channel, it's pretty big.
Try some ads on Facebook for us, Thor.
This is it, you know. The only way we're going to get reach now is if we pay for it. Unfortunately.
Well,
I don't know about you, but I'm not paying fucking Mark Zuckerberg $1.
You mean
Agreed.
ads, right? Those promotion.
If you can pay yourself out of prison, it might be a small option.
Well, actually, all those promoted tweets on Twitter, I actually block them all the time.
You could look at it as bail.
Those are getting really fucking annoying. It keeps feeding me fucking Tim. What's his name? Timcast.
Yeah, I blocked them.
Yeah, it keeps feeding me Tim Pool fucking update tweets, and I'm like, I'm not subscribed to him. This is like an ad in my notifications. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, same here. I'm getting Tim Pool all the time too.
Those are the promoted tweets. You know,
because he's paying for ads on Twitter, but he's paying for it, I guess, in such a way where it's just flooding everybody.
Well, he has connection to some interest, some political something. You can bet your ass. You don't show up on social media, for no reason. And he and like Tucker Carlton and these, right-wing think tanks are in my face all fucking day.
Well, they are not anymore with me because, like I said, every promoted tweet that I get, block. Eventually, they will run out of accounts.
Well, I could do that, but I want to see the crap. I want to see what they serve people. I pretend to be one of the crowd.
No, I don't want to see it because it's not interesting. It's just annoying me.
Well, they're not going to run out of tweets to show you, Ted, because you got to realize, I mean, they've got millions and millions and millions and millions of people who are paying for these ads,
Tim Pool's a good fence sitter.
My block list is unending, so I can keep blocking people.
Good fence sitter or bench sitter?
He's a good fence sitter. He sees it from all sides. He never really makes a decision personally, but he just sits on the fence, so he never really offends anybody.
I would not argue that he doesn't take a side. I mean, there's been
not on something that'll get you, off of any platform. He won't do it.
Well, yeah. That
just
kind
had
of thing.
Steve Bannon on not too long ago, and it was an interesting choice to have him on.
Yeah, we have to pay our way. And we need to crowdfund it, people.
I still feel that the message can be pushed without any money changing hands. You just need persistence. more pirate streams if necessary.
Yeah,
work
but after
around
looking at the
secondary.
actual infrastructure, how it's set up, there's a few bottlenecks there that you kind of need to pay your way through, or you don't get anywhere. That's the problem. These people,
Well,
you know,
if you have people that are big influencers and you have them put a message out, yeah, well, it will reach a lot of people.
Indeed.
Well,
yeah, but
Truth
the thing is,
speaks for itself.
ads.
we don't see the background. We don't see the background here. I can point out a few operations that are gigantic for a reason, like Mr. Beast, the guy who just gives away money all the time. He has 70 million followers for a very good reason, because his kind of stuff
Gives away
gets
money.
pushed. He just gives away money. That's all he does.
Yeah, but that's the reason he has so many followers. So he gives
Yeah,
away
but
money.
that's why he gets let through. If he was giving away political advice, he wouldn't have 17 million followers.
No, because he's giving away fucking money. So are you suggesting
that's why
he give away
he's
money?
giving
Like,
away
what is
money.
this going in? Like,
Okay, like, I have $100 right here. I'm gonna give it away to the first person who does something. Like, we should be doing the same fucking thing. Go on.
I just
I'm
did
not even-
something, and down the bottom I'm going to put my Bitcoin address for you.
Exactly.
That was a joke.
Hey, I have $100 on the first person who shuts Thor up.
I don't know. I'm not interested in shutting him up. I've only just got him here. I want him to talk. I want to get to know Thor. I've heard a lot about Thor and the way he thinks. I'm more than interested. So yeah, I want to let him speak.
I mean,
I want to let everybody speak,
it's
you know?
not going to be a very easy task, and it's only $100, so I'm gonna have to pass. I mean, I don't really need $100 anyway, so.
What kind of stuff would I need to do to earn that 100 though? I mean, like,
You would
can I
have to
tell
shut up
people about it, or would it be embarrassing to talk about?
No, you would have to shut up Thor. He said you have to shut up Thor to get the $100, and you know, I don't know how you would do that.
You have to intellectually shut me up. You have to like
Intellectually
make me.
stump him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What is
There you go. I just did it. Where's the 100?
Well, yeah. Fuck.
Right?
But you know what I'm saying. You know.
I do.
You have
I
to.
know exactly what you mean.
I already won because I asked him what's the meaning of life, and he didn't say anything.
Do something or be something that
meaning of
means
life
something
is-
to you, i.e. create meaning to your life.
The meaning of life is this right here, right now.
Always look on the bright side of life.
For me, the meaning of life is do something or be something that means something to you, i.e. create meaning to your life.
Yeah, that's too complicated for me.
No, that's the simplest way I could break it down. I've been thinking about it for years, and it was the simplest way I could break it down. I mean, I could try and sort of make it more complicated, but what purpose would that serve?
Find yourself through activism.
It's funny, most people find their destiny on the road that they took to avoid it.
There's your answer.
You making fun of the Freemasons?
Well, the Freemasons are, you know, hard to make fun of since people don't know shit about Freemasonry.
Facts.
Well, when you have secret societies are always tied to subversive movements. That's what you know about secret societies. That's all you need to know.
That's true, but Freemasonry, most Freemasons are just charity workers. That's literally what it is. I mean, I was involved in the Freemasons probably for about a few months. Wait, what? Why are you? Okay.
being a Freemason does, and I have seen this with my own eyes, does open a lot of doors when it comes to employment. If you're a part of the Freemasons movement and another Freemason understands that you need a job, they will pull their resources to make sure that you get a job. And something decent too, where you don't actually... This is the funny thing is, like, if I do a job, I need to keep busy. But these guys are more than happy to do something where they do very little, get paid a decent amount, and just find that little comfort spot.
Yeah.
The Freemasons, they're very well connected in businesses and stuff like that. And if you're in the Brotherhood and you say you need work, yeah, they'll work to get you a job. Yep, that's true.
The Virtual Guild was created by Freemasons. I have actually been in a few Freemason meetings, and it's like you say, that it's mostly charity stuff. But you have high-level Freemasons who deal in speculative Freemasonry, like philosophy Freemasonry. They're a little like clique elite that tells everybody else what Freemasonry is. But the bulk of Freemasons is like people who want to do good and do charity work and stuff like that. So,
right. So again, like it's like a little club type of thing. I mean, the reason why I quit was it was too religious for me. To like I couldn't deal with it. But yeah, so they'd put you through like the rebirth ceremony and blindfold you. You lay down in a coffin and a lambskin cloth across your groin. And then they do like different not chants. It's what's we're looking for.
Yeah, all symbolic of rebirth and such. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, it was way too much religion for me, and it was more focused on like Christianity and everything, and like at least.
You didn't like being the Lamb of God? Go on, lie down and be the Lamb of God now. Like, never mind who God is, if he's Satan or whoever. Just bow. Or something.
Well, no, they have you lay down in a coffin, which I thought was really creepy. It was kind of the most uncomfortable moment that I had with that, was laying down in a coffin and putting a blindfold on.
This is the ritual of the apprentice, Hiram Abiff.
Yep.
The slaying of the master builder to steal his secrets. It's like a big thing in Freemasonry. But that's what you're doing, playing Hiram Abiff.
Yeah, I know, I recognize what it is and everything, the rebirth ceremony and all that. But most of what we did while I was there was charity work for the homeless and charity work for a local grocer, where we kind of got food for the homeless and stuff like that, and gave them blankets, and yeah, it was interesting. I mean, it was nice to do charity work like that, but I could not deal with the religious end of it because it was just too much for me. It was just like, I already don't really believe too much in religion, so I mean, going into something like that where they're quote unquote teaching secrets of Christianity, this and that, and blah 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 blah, all they said, yeah, it was just too much for me.
Yeah, it's supposed to be confusing for lower level people. So if you're a higher level initiate, you see beyond these symbols and these dancing goats and crazy form of wisdom, whatever. It's supposed to be this sort of play to keep people at bay. Kind of complicated stuff.
Doesn't the goat head also symbolize the devil?
Well, to lower level initiates, it does. but a higher level initiate understands who the devil is.
Okay.
It's you, in case that you didn't get that. You're the devil!
Religion's funny. It's the creation of the devil and God. It's a clash of things. How can somebody so good like God do bad things? It can't. So we have to invent another guy to represent the negative side of what could, in all intents and purposes, be the one person being both good and bad. I mean, has anybody ever explored that possibility? That the devil and God are the one, and that, you know, the creation of the two was just them unable to comprehend that somebody so good that created everything could do bad things. But there is an old saying, sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind, and the road to hell can be paved on good intentions.
The highest duty in Freemasonry is a combination of God and devil.
You know, if God does something bad, it's always like God moves in mysterious ways. You know?
Funny how that works.
Yeah, right.
The thing is that a high-level Freemason is like in contact with, you know, the devil and God. That's the same thing. He is one with, you know, the creative force in the universe. And all these symbols coming out, they're just, you know, different levels of communication, from the dualist aspect to, you know, the wholer aspect of the higher levels. It's a complicated teaching tool.
But I don't believe in any of the organized religions, so for me it's all blah blah blah, you know.
Yeah, but that's what it's supposed to sound like. Of course, Freemasonry is not religious based, it's science based. Science of the mind, people.
Philosophy treats wisdom. Wisdom is the knowledge of good and evil, and the strength to bring the two into balance. And I think that struggle between good and evil is how we ended up with the devil and God, is the inability to be able to understand this duality, or how the balance is reached.
But it's still a part of the whole system to teach. We have ignorance, and then you teach and you give wisdom, and that's the two opposites: ignorance versus insight. There's no evil. There's only ignorance.
I don't know if I'm ready to jump on board the "there's no evil" train just yet.
Yeah, but that's the higher level stuff. That's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, nobody who does quote unquote evil is, you know, a wise person. You understand what I'm saying?
Funny that lots of those that can be perceived by others to be doing evil, in their own mind, they are convinced that they are doing good.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. So it's the ignorance we're pointing out here. That is the abyss, the dark hole, the you know, the bad stuff. And when we rise out of ignorance into insight, we, you know, gain these, you know, higher level skills.
Unfortunately, to get rid of ignorance, educated men do not make good slaves.
Yeah. The only way to get rid of ignorance is, of course, with wisdom, you know, teaching.
Well, there is a difference. There's a big difference between education, intelligence, and wisdom. They may appear to be the same thing, but I assure you they are not.
Well, I'm talking about the teaching that comes from the intelligence, you know.
Yeah, well, I guess education is what's left over after you have left school.
I think you're still trying to get Thor to shut up, so that way you can win that $100. That's what I think.
Well, if you first gain some insight and wisdom, and then you use that to teach somebody. That's the context I'm talking about, not necessarily, you know, some teaching, some school system or whatever that is in place now. I'm talking about the conceptual creation of it.
Yeah, well, that is you educating yourself, but sometimes organized education is kind of like domestication, kind of like organized religion can be like domestication.
Yeah, but
too.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about your aspect. When you understand something, you can teach it to a kid. Like if you understand how, you know, how to grow potatoes, and you explain that to a child, you know, that kind of stuff.
It's a fine line between indoctrination and education.
Yeah, but you do have a lot of institutions, you know, that has taken over this for you. But I'm talking about the principle of the thing. You know, teaching wisdom, understand, dispelling ignorance, and such and such and such. Like, yeah. You have to believe and know that that's the way to go. I know it's a complicated and tall order, but yeah. Do I win $100?
No, you can't win. You can't.
No.
Can't make yourself shut up. I mean, you can, but that's why you can't play.
Well, I just did.
We're going to have to do some serious mind control on Thor to pull that off.
Just tell me the truth.
Truth. The pill that everybody wants, but very few can swallow.
Well, if you ask 100 people for the truth, you'll get 100 different answers.
Funny that. You are correct, I'm afraid to say. I mean, it's as much as I don't like it, you are 100% correct.
Maybe there are 100 truths.
Oh,
individual truth.
There's many ways to interpret what is being observed. You need to look at everything from all angles. A square is only a square until you step to the side, and then all of a sudden it becomes a cube.
No, it's flat. It's only a rectangle.
But I guess the point that I'm trying to make, it's always good to see everything from as many different angles as possible to sort of really, truly begin to try and understand what it is that you're looking at. And even then, it's difficult.
Yeah, that's a good point.
How something appears is all a matter of perspective. You draw a 6 on the ground, and for me it's a 6, but for somebody standing opposite to me, it's a 9.
And for somebody who's not familiar with numbers, it's just like a curly thingy.
Yeah.
See, you're not really losing your rights. You're gaining freedom.
The freedom to understand that you're losing your rights?
The freedom to pretend like you're not losing them.
Oh, good enough.
The biggest laugh on the planet.
It's so funny that I can't even laugh anymore.
You're either going to laugh or you're going to cry. Pick one.
Guys, give some...
I'm going to fight.
Give some final messages, please, so we can end this.
Oh, wait. I had to laugh. Oh.
Make sure you're following @FreeCommanderX_ on Twitter for updates in this case.
And make sure to fire your local politicians and put in a direct democracy system instead.
No, spaying and neuter them. And that's before we put them through tribunals and Nuremberg trials and hang them on tall trees with a short rope.
We don't really need to do anything, but just fire them. Just get rid of them.
No, they're criminals. We have to do something.
They get ass raped.
You want somebody to blame. I want a direct democracy system where you can actually vote on issues.
Okay, anonymous PSA, make sure to spam neuter your politicians and lobbyists and bankers and military contractors and royalty.
Giving
How
you
about in the damn wars, the protest from the 10th to the 12th of September, and most countries are doing it on the 11th, and I've just heard that Vienna has joined. So we've got London, Vienna, and 11 cities in America, and Wellington as well, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are
We'll
protests
talk about that in the
everywhere.
middle, I remember.
Everybody hit the streets and protest. This is it.
Are we still live?